So, hello everyone. Sorry for the delay in getting started. I never can quite figure out how long it's going to take to set things up, and then I sort of guess, and I always guess wrong. So, sorry. One of the things I wanted to do was get this camera set up so it was actually framed correctly, and I totally forgot to do that. But I did get my computer linked into the system, so I remember that at least. So, yay for that. Also, thank you, Colton, for linking the chat room. Not that it matters, because the camera's framed out. You know, this is going to bother me, so you're going to wait for a moment while I reframe this camera. You can watch me do it live. Hang on. Oh, there's a cable draping. There you go. Now you can see my Starbucks drink. Let's see what the, that's not too terrible, right? Different angle of attack. I gotta remember to look over here, but then I can point at what you're saying, right? That's nice. Let's see here. Pull this up. Say hi to everyone. It's good to be back on the air. I had hoped to get Carrie Ann in on this one, but she's a little under the weather today. Also, for fun, let me see if I can get my photo up for this one. I was driving, so I grabbed Starbucks, and then I came over to the studio to do this. Starbucks needed some caffeine. Came over to the studio to do the live stream, and on the way over, my car was like, "Hey, just so you know, low tire pressure." I'm like, "Okay, well, fine. I'll go get that looked at." And then, let's see if I can get this to. I'm not actually entirely sure how to force it to rescan. Anyhow, on the way, it was like low tire pressure, and then it's like, no, seriously, really low tire pressure. You're down to 22 psi. And I'm like, whoa, I did not go from 45 psi to 22 psi in the matter of a couple minutes without some sort of major leak. So I get to the studio. I'm like, I think I can make it. It was like half of a mile. Pretty flat roads other than some train tracks I wasn't super keen on, but okay, fine. So we make it, I make it to the studio, and I'm like, let's see what happens. And yeah, I've got a little mobile lithium ion powered, what am I trying to say? Little air compressor. Plugged it in. It's like, yeah, you're down to 21 psi. So I'm like, okay, ready to go. So I brought it back up to about 40 psi because it takes forever because it's just a little underpowered thing. So I brought it up to like 37, 40, somewhere in there. I don't remember. And take it off, and I can hear the tire leaking. I hear, and I'm like, oh, that's not good. And what I want to show you is the thing that I hadn't noticed. And, I might have to do it this way because this is just not playing nice. Let me just screen mirror this with the studio. Someone has an unprotected Apple TV on the network, and that's fine. Let's see here. Sorry. All right, let's see if I can show you what this actually looks like. Okay. All right, well, that doesn't help. All right, so here you go. Here's my tire on my car. I can't believe that I didn't notice that's how bad that is. Now, to be fair, of the 4 tires, that is the only one even close to being like that. So I was taking some turns. Like, I must have some turns and something that are just not great. So, yeah. So, hi, everyone. Josh says, yes, beautiful space station you're running here, Jamie. Yeah, thank you. Like, it's all coming together. I'm really starting to like the way this looks. Oh, we've got the new chairs. I have to just remember not to do this the entire time. Although it is a nice, like, workout right here. I got to work on these muscles, right? Juggling lesson says serious alignment issues there. Yeah, I'm gonna have problems. Yeah, Nate says, wow, that is bald. Yeah. Whoops. This was a badness. So I feel bad. I feel dumb. I don't know what I feel. I feel like I should have noticed this way, way earlier, way before the point that it was stripped down this far. But I didn't. So, yeah. Positive vibes with the studio. Yeah, thank you. I'm really enjoying it. The nice thing is it's a fairly complex setup, but at the same time, it's really simple for me to run it straight from the Stream Deck. And then, you saw me already sharing media from like my iPhone. That's how I got you this shot, but I can also share my computer. And if you want to see, like, I've got other shots I can show too. I've got like some transition photos and whatnot, which is pretty cool. And I just felt myself doing it. Nate says, spinning is the only acceptable way to sit in a spinning chair. Yeah, the problem is it's annoying, right? I sit here and I do this the entire time, right? But I guess this part looks nice, but that's not the point. That's not the point. Andrew says the mic sounds nice. Yeah, thank you. This is a new setup for the studio. I've got, that camera's not up. I've got a second chair sitting right over here that I just framed out of the shot. I just realized that this shot's a little cattywampus, whatever. They're blue microphones, so this is a solid state element on the bottom, and the microphone element up top is actually swappable. And the reason I wanted the swappable system is I do not like where my voice is yet, so I'm going to continue to train my voice and work on it until I get it to a place that I do like it. But that means I have no idea what microphone, like how I want that microphone to sound. So I knew I didn't want a deeper, bassier sound, so the Shure KSM 44 was kind of out. The Neumann is, and forgive me, I don't remember my Neumann model numbers nearly as well. They got like $1,000 version that kind of competes with this, and it's a Neumann, so it's great. But it's, it's all around sound is still a little. It would be better for like a bassier voice, something with a little more, something deeper in there. It's really going to pull those forward and sweeten them up in a beautiful sort of way. Again. Not what I want. And Big Rat Killer 1 says, great Nike, but is it boob proof? It is. So like both Carrie and I were doing a test here and we both hit them with our boobs, right? So like you see me spin and I just hit the microphone with the boob, but no sound. You did not hear me hit the microphone with Delta, right? We got Delta and we got V. So Delta is constantly hitting it. Yeah. So yeah, and Juggling Lesson says, I really like my Rode Podcaster for a very bassy voice. Yeah, and actually, there are a lot of microphones that I can grab that'll really pull forward. Like when I was trying to pull forward Ben's voice, the KSM 44 was brilliant at it. Like I could manipulate that microphone beautifully. I was really satisfied with the way my own voice sounded, which, it's kind of hard to do. Certainly no microphone that I've tried am I comfortable with my voice, but I don't think it's the tonality of my voice. I think it's the inflection. And there's a lot of inflection stuff that needs to occur. I feel like my voice sounds fake right now. And I appreciate everyone saying, no, I sound fine. I'm not saying this to be like, woe is me. I'm saying that I'm not pleased with where it's at. It needs additional work. I will continue to work on it and I will get it to where I like it, but it's not there now. That's all I'm saying. So yeah. Mike says the spider cage helps boob proof the mic. Actually, it's part of what's getting in the way, right? Like that's Delta keeps running into the shock mount. Ooh, I need pop filters apparently. Josh, this is one of my more famous quotes. So I heard on the NASA Spaceflight Live that you were mentioned with the wisdom 90% video is audio. So technically my quote is 80% video. 80% of video is audio. You have to get the audio right. People will forgive bad video. They'll forgive murky shots. They'll forgive bad angles. They'll forgive video that cuts out to a point. Maybe not drone ship landings, but they'll forgive it to a point. But if you give them bad audio, they will not continue to watch. They will not forgive you for bad audio. You must get your audio correct or they're going to nope out. It's super, super important. Oh, this is interesting. Jimmy says, PSA, always check the date codes when you get new tires. My granddad recently got scammed when he bought new tires that were over 7 years old. That's not even something I would have thought of. Now, not to sound too pretentious, but I drive a Tesla, so I'm going to bring it into Tesla service for new tires. So I'm not super concerned. I feel like they're not going to give me 7-year-old tires, especially since the Model 3 hasn't been around for that long. Also, this is the performance edition of the 3, so it's the larger, thinner tires. So like stripping them down pretty quickly is sort of expected, and I might be slightly aggressive on the accelerator. I might enjoy beating other cars off the line. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, Aaron. Good for you to join us. Right? I actually like being able to point to the screen and have the screen. I don't like that angle of attack. But again, you know, I'm still getting the studio kind of like back up and running. So, yep. Now, the downside of this is now I've got a car. I've got a car with a flat tire. This tire is flat. Like, I just filled it up to like between 37 and 40 PSI. I don't remember where it was. That is drivable. It's low, but it's drivable. When I get back to my car, it'll be 20 PSI or under. So now, okay, fine. That tire must be replaced. There is no spare tire in my Tesla that I can put on to drive this car. None. So my only option is to have someone come out and swap out that tire for me. And if I want to use Tesla service, I cannot get into service until August 28th at the soonest. 25th? August 20 something at the soonest. At the soonest. So it's like, okay, cool. My car is if I want to use Tesla service all the way through, now to be fair, I don't have to, right? I can choose to use something else. But if I am going to use Tesla's service all the way through, that's kind of a not great experience. So yeah. Dpod Dolphin says, what kind of car doesn't come with a spare tire? I'll answer that for you. All Teslas. Actually, a lot of higher end cars do not. They don't want to, I don't know what they don't want to do, but like, they just don't. Josh says, that's too small. Do you or anyone remember the awesome 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea attraction before it closed up in the mid-90s? I vaguely remember it. I went to Disneyland as a kid. Oh, man, let me see if I've got that photo. Let me see. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. Oh, I've got a cute picture of my cat, though. I've got lots of pictures of my cat. Here's a picture. Okay, not related, but I'm going to show you anyhow because this is amazing. Check this out. This is me after face electrolysis. This is a while ago. I'm pretty drugged up here, so I'm fairly well out of it. Look at how swollen my upper lip is, even some of my lower lip. Like, that's intense. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. I'm just going to randomly show you pictures from my photo roll. That's going to be this show. Pictures from Jamie's photo roll. Here's me sunburned this was the first time I had like weird boob sunburn, if that makes any sense. Like where things didn't quite line up right. Oh, that's not the camera I want. I keep doing that. I should remove that. Yeah, let's see here. I have a scan of a bunch of photos from when I was a kid, and one of those photos is actually at Disneyland, and so it gives you an idea of how young I was and what we looked like. I can't show those photos. I mean, they're not actually inappropriate, but they're like right on the line. It's like from here up, but yeah. All right, let's see here. Oh yeah, this photo is here. Check this out. I enjoy this because the picture is quite literally taller than Carrie Ann when it's on its side. How cool is that? And then you can see me in front of it. Here you go. There I am. By the way, I cannot see your chat right now because I'm trying to get this going. Oh, it really is amazing to see like how much my face has changed in transition. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to show that. That is a pretty amazing picture of after I had body sculpting, the bruising from body sculpting, and you could just see like my whole midsection's just bruised. That's here's post facial feminization surgery. Check that. I'm just like not happy. There we go. Let's see here. Again, this is just like random Jami pictures. I could have swore that they were all done. This is the last picture of me before I had any gender transition surgeries. So I had been on hormone replacement therapy for a little while. But you can actually see the difference in my eyes and kind of my brow structure. I know there's fairly long hair there, and I couldn't, like, you know, it's literally right before the surgery. So actually this one's a little bit easier. This was, I think, the night before. Look at the difference in the face structure. But I already had pretty large, like, cheekbones, so I did pretty good there. But the right above the eyes has changed quite a bit. The forehead shape has changed quite a bit. The jawline has changed quite a bit. Like, there's a lot of change that happened there. Oh, here's another really great photo that, you know, you can kind of see the shape changes. Also working on killing the beard, right? That all takes time. And I had been like a year and a half into beard removal. So here is an older, I think I showed this last time, but here's a picture of me in high school. This was my graduation photo. I was deathly ill that week, so I was desperately trying to like smile, but like, yep, that didn't work so well. If Vax Headroom is around, here's a great photo he should like. Check this out. Right, look at that. Full beard and everything. You can actually see how far back my hairline used to go too. And again, change in face shape, right? Like, there's a pretty large change just in the structure of my face. Millimeters matter when it comes to gender transition. Man, I am really not finding these photos. This was a weight that I really liked. Okay, so this is a terrible photo of me, but I was at around 170 pounds here or so. And I'm 5'10", and it was just like a really great, I'm not too thin, I'm not too heavyweight. I've since put on some weight, and I want to get that back off. But the really interesting bit is I should show you the chart that shows my weight going down, but my fat mass going up. It's kind of incredible. Man, I really should be checking comments. I'll go back and check comments like as soon as I'm done trying to find this. I'm not going to show that. It's me passed out in the car. Let's see here. It's from some of the drugs they have me take prior to electrolysis. They do it to knock me out, so I'm effectively asleep during as much of the process as possible. And yeah, it just knocks me out. Oh man, that's going back a ways. I'm sad. Mm-hmm. Nope, none of them there. Oh, wow. Here's an aftermath photo of what it looks like a day or so after electrolysis. Look at all that. I've been doing that, and look at how swollen my bottom jaw is. Like, my lips are all swollen, my bottom jaw is swollen, and if you're like, wow, that looks painful. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's worse than it looks. It really, really hurts. Oh, this was a pretty decent hair day. Here, I'll show you this one. Like, that's not terrible. And that's before I had the hair transplants. So, like, that's not bad. It's kind of fun. Still very male. There's something, like, very male, even with the sunglasses. I mean, it's on the line. It's on the line. All right. Oh, we call this guy Reverse Santa. This is Reverse Santa. This is a guy who is stealing packages from our porch. Right? So he walked past our place. He had that red bag, wearing the Merkin flag, because Merca. Walked into our place, saw that we had a package in front of the door, and got that package. So I really hope he enjoys his heels that he has stolen, because he has like a $150 pair of heels now. I don't know what he's going to do with it, but that's what he gets. Again, this is earlier in transition, so you can kind of see how I was trying to do. The jaw, the chin is kind of very different than now. You can see like there's a lot that's changed in my face. And then again in the hairline. And I did a lot with my hair, like all this swoopy stuff with my hair to try to cover up I don't want to call it a receding hairline. I just had a very U shape on my head that was very masculine that I did not like. And so worked to get rid of. Let's see here. Yeah, you can. And I would always turn my head in photos. Like I would always turn this way because I didn't want you to see the other side. Yeah. I mean, it generally worked. Now I don't have to, right? You can, like my hair, kind of, right? That's my actual hairline now. Now there's real hair too. Let's see. I really cannot find these photos. Oh, wait. Okay, so bummer because I do have photos. They're not what I was hoping for. I do not have the Disney photo, but we're going to go through on a little slideshow here just for everyone. And you're all going to be like, "Aw." So we'll start here. Look at that. Look how blonde my hair was. Also, you can tell I'm getting into trouble in that photo. I don't know what's going on, but I just did something bad. And then the next photo, like still, oh my God, look at that haircut again. Oh, those teeth too. Okay, now I'm disinterested, right? I'm like, I don't want to be here. I don't like this shirt. I don't know what's going on. Oh, those teeth again. Wow. Still the really light kind of blonde hair. You can even here in this photo, keep in mind I'm very, very young. Look at my hairline. Like it comes back on the edges. And as I get older, you'll actually see that hairline kind of follow that path. Kind of hard to tell when it's pushed forward. I'm just jumping through time now. Oh, look, what a cutie pie. All right, moving forward. Again, hard to tell, but now my hair is getting a little bit darker. You can start to see it kind of that brown shape. Also mischievous in this photo. I clearly did something bad. Now we're getting into awkward phase. Not that I wasn't awkward oh my God. Oh my God. It's so bad. Well, I sincerely hope this is the 80s. I fear it's the 90s. No, it might be the 80s. It might be the late 80s. Ooh. Why do I look? I feel like these are out of order. I think this is younger than this, but I don't know. I'm definitely getting older there. Yeah, you can kind of, yeah, my eyebrows are starting to get crazy. Again, look at that hairline, how far back it goes. Once again, I'm pretty sure this is the graduation photo. I was just like, not okay. Oh, that's definitely out of order. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Okay, well, now I'm just angry in that photo. All right, so that's the end of it. All right. I had like a zit on the nose. I'm just going to really quickly keep scanning here, see if I can find it. Yeah. I won't give it too much more time because I do want to go back to the chat room, see what we can find. Oh my goodness. This is our kitty. This is our kitty as a kitten. Aw. All right. Nope, not seeing it. More electrolysis pictures. There is? Oh, I believe. Okay, this is awkward. This is awkward, but I'm going to show it anyhow. This is, I believe, no, this is the second to last time that I wore a suit, ever. The thing is, I'd been on hormones for the better part of a year, and, like, you can just see in my face, like, I'm not in a position where I think I can pull off female really well. And we were at a really nice restaurant. We were at a place called Victoria and Albert's, and this is in Walt Disney World. This is, you know, pretty expensive per plate. It's one of those things that you don't do very often in your life. And we were bringing friends with us who were the two people you see on the side. And I really like, I was so uncomfortable the entire time. But like, yeah. Is this a better photo? Yeah. You can just see it. Like, you can just see my awkwardness. Look at how awkward I am. It's so terrible. Anyhow, I feel like I'm less awkward now, somehow. Oh, this is a dress that I love, that I wish I could have, that I wish I could pull off, but I need to be like a size 0 for that. But I would love to wear that on set. Like, it's like, how cool would this is like the ultimate space station dress, right? I think that would be amazing. It's also like $2,500 or 5 grand or something like that. I think it's Louis Vuitton. I don't remember. Might be. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Louis Vuitton. But like, yeah. Oh, here's my. We're just gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. This is a photo tour. Like, I'm sorry I can't see your comments yet. Again, I'll come back to them. It'll be great. We'll have a lot of conversation over comments, but we'll keep going through photos. Here's my dragon tattoo. I'm having that removed because women's clothing hits me differently, and so it's hard to tell. It's a lot lighter now, right? But that is one of the most painful things I have done, I think, like, ever. I mean, it is awful. What else have we got here? Aw. Okay, so again, going back into earlier in transition, so I had already started transition, but I wasn't presenting as female yet. And that's in part because, like, I let everyone know I was never secretive about what I was doing. I just didn't want to make other people in society uncomfortable. And so it was important to me to, I would ask the people around me, do I look more male or female today? And then that would dictate how I would dress, I don't want to say how I would act, but like where I would go, what would happen, and I don't want to say it's uncomfortable, but it's like, I'm eager to get through transition as fast as possible, but that's not how hormones work. So I wanted to be like, oh yeah, no, it's totally feminine. But you go back to a photo like that. Let's see here. Where'd it go? Yeah. Yeah. If we go back to a photo like this, there's not a lot feminine happening there. In partly because the way I'm dressing and because of hair and whatnot, but, and I'm not wearing makeup, but it's just an uncomfortable time. And just know that for transgender men and women, there's this awkward moment where you really desperately mentally want to be perceived as your gender, but your desired gender, but your biological gender is fighting you on that one. And so, yeah, it's not great. But the good news is it doesn't last a super long time. It's just, it's not a fun time either. Let's see, more electrolysis pictures, family pictures. This is me trying and not doing super great. This is one of my first attempts. So, this is embarrassing, but I'm going to show you anyhow. But, oh, this is really embarrassing. Okay, so I tried really hard. This was for the Cybertruck unveil. Again, pre-surgeries, pre-everything. I'm like 6 months on hormones in here, I think, at this point. It was one of the first times that I went out full bore because I figured I wouldn't know anyone there. Because, I work at the other company, and I was like, yeah, no one's going to recognize me. And that ended up not being true. And they didn't know. And it was an awkward conversation. And I mean, not being harsh on myself, but like, I don't really look feminine here. It's the face, right? Like, the face is wrong. I could have, I don't know. I'm much better now. I feel like this, yep. Mm-hmm. But it's part of the process. It's part of the process. It's awkward. And if you can get through this part of the process, you can get through anything. I'm golden at this point, right? Let's see here. Wow, going back even further. Look at how much Look at how much beard is coming off, right? You just can't see that much of my beard anymore. Like, this is maybe a day's worth of growth, maybe. And now I do still have to shave, but like, they've thinned it way down. There's almost nothing left on the upper lip. There's very little left here. There's very little left here. This area still needs some work, but we've been zapping that with laser too. So it's doing pretty good. It's doing pretty good. But I still have another year's worth of electrolysis in front of me, maybe. This whole journey started from a picture I've yet to be able to show you, which is the photo of me in Disneyland as a child. Let's see here. Is this? No. Oh, this is, check this out, because we're going backwards in time. Yeah. This is the very first time I ever wore a dress out in public. This was October 30th, right? That's Halloween, isn't it? October 30th, 2019. And I was cheating, right? Because it was my Halloween costume, so to speak. So I was able to do that and kind of get away with it and feel a little less awkward, while at the same time trying it and going out and seeing like what everyone's reaction was. And the interesting thing that I didn't really expect is I was the only one who cared. And that was really true of the entire transition process. If other people cared when I was out and I didn't look super feminine, but I was in feminine clothing, they never said anything, which is nice, which is really great. But I still just didn't like the idea of making other people uncomfortable. And that's just me getting hung up in my own head. Let's see here. Yeah, here's Carrie Ann and I in our Halloween costumes that year. Check that out. I forget, she was going as a coworker, I believe, who had a red beard, if I remember right. And it's hard to tell, but I'm wearing the dress and I have like a cardigan on top, but under, you see like a little orange thing, kind of, it says with some letters on it. That's actually a JIRA in process tag. So it's the in process tag that we have in some of the JIRA systems. Let's see here. That's her tattoo. That's my parents' puppies getting some awards. Puppies. Oh, you know what? Maybe that was. I am mistaken. That suit you saw me in at Victoria and Albert's, I believe that actually was the last time I wore a suit, because I thought that this event happened after that, but it didn't. This is me going to a Halloween ball at Club 33 in Disneyland, and I thought this was the last time I had worn a suit. But this happened before the Victoria and Albert's one, so the Victoria and Albert's thing is likely the last time I wore a suit. Ah, that's interesting. I got all that timing wrong. What else have we got here? Oh, that's me trying to... Oh, I wish I could show you that. The audio video nerds would love that, but I cannot show you that. That's really sad. If I ever get that to work, it will be... Oh, I really want to show people. I can't show you. I'm sorry. All right, let's see here. That's some stuff. That's some stuff. Ooh, this is pretty. I like that. That's all. Oh, speaking of electrolysis, this is what that process looks like. So this is pretty early on. But here you can see there are 32 needles stuck in my face. It's a one-to-one relationship. So this needle right here is actually... Oh, can you actually see my mouse? Oh, yeah, you can. This needle right here is targeting one hair. They have these in here for 4 to 5 minutes because I'm doing galvanic electrolysis as opposed to blend or thermolysis. So with galvanic, it's a DC current. It does 4 to 5 minutes. It creates... It's an actual electrolysis process. So it breaks apart the base elements underneath the skin where the electrodes are, and that creates lye, and that lye breaks down the hair and effectively kills it forever. And it has approximately, with a good electrologist, an 80 to 85% kill rate, meaning that 15 to 20% of my hair will grow back, but it will usually grow back thinner and wispier, and then they just target it again, and it's dead from that moment forward. So they go through, they do 32 of these, 4 to 5 minutes, they pull them all out, they pull the hair out with it, then they move all of the needles over, do the next batch, 30 to 45 minutes, and you can see how red and like angry my skin is right over here, that's because this is where they had been working, right? So the first thing they did is they targeted kind of the cheeks on both sides, and then they went around to the upper lip. The upper lip has taken so many sessions, I can't even tell you. It's very, very dense there, and now they're working on the chin. They're still doing a little bit of the upper lip because it just, you know, it takes forever. And you know, there's still work that needs to be done in the cheeks. I got some work in front of me. We actually, I'm going to sound terrible and pretentious. They opened a new parking structure at Disneyland, and this is a picture of that parking structure. And Carrie and I have not parked in that parking structure for years. And the reason we haven't parked there is because we get, as part of our club membership, we get free valet parking. But we really wanted to see the new parking structure. But we also really don't like the trams. So it was like, do we do this? Like, we really want to see it. But like, and I don't remember what we ended up doing, if we ended up parking there or if we like valeted and then took the trams over and like looked at it and then took them back. But yeah, we took those pictures just to be like, oh, wow, this looks really nice. Let's never do this again. I know, that's terrible. Let's see here. No, that's not fun. I don't know why I have that picture. Oh, in case anyone's curious, this is what our entryway looks like. I really like it. I think it's pretty cool. I picked out that tile. I also like that it's a funky pattern. Yep. Not relevant to anything. What else have we got here? I'm so sorry. I know that I haven't been able to look at comments yet, but I'll get there. State Fair. This is... If you ever go to the Minnesota State Fair, you want Sweet Martha's cookies. They are phenomenal. The magic of the State Fair means there's 0 calories and 0 carbs. I was on a very, very serious, like, no sugar diet at that point, and I did not care. This was like, yep, like, you can see me sloughing off weight. Like, I had been working really hard to get down in weight, and yet here I am with a pail of cookies. You know, sheeps, things, stuff. Okay. We did all of this work, and I'm not seeing the photo where... Oh, these are cool. So speaking of Halloween, these are some special Halloween mugs that we got. They are off the busts from the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland and Walt Disney World, and they're actually pretty cool. You drink out of the back of their heads. I think we gave those away. We don't generally collect these mugs. Oh, here you go. You can see the back of the head. This is where... Which, you know, makes sense. Yeah. Let's see here. Wow, even earlier. Again, look at the change in my face. Just between that and then me cutting here, you can see a pretty radical difference in my face. Okay, that's enough of these. Let me go back over to comments and, like, I'm so sorry for taking so long. It'd be hilarious if, like, this stream had ended and I didn't even know. Like 50-50 shot on that. Let's make this a little smaller. Let's see. Let's go backwards to... Okay, that was the last thing I brought to air. Oh, yeah. Zeke says, I just replaced 2 run flats on my BMW that hurts the wallet hard. Yep, it's going to hurt my wallet hard too. Now, let's see here. Oh, going back to the whole reason that I was trying to do the Disneyland thing, talking about 20,000 leagues under the sea. I'm trying to rotate this so it's straight. They would electrify, they would electrify this sub to scare off the giant squid. It was a long time ago. I don't remember. Like, I was this big. I wanted to show you a picture of, like, what I looked like. I know I have it in there somewhere, but I'm not going to find it anytime soon. Eduardo says, pretty hard sunburn. Yeah, I don't know how hard, like, you can't really see it, but, like, I currently have some other lines. I was wearing a stitch dress, and, like, there were some straps that came down, and, like, I'm like, oh, this is not good. It's fine. Let's see here. Faith says, hi from Minnesota. Hope you're well. Oh, you know, you betcha. Doing really good, you know. Oh, yeah. No, Deepod Dolphin, SpaceX mask I want. Actually, so that SpaceX mask was the photo of me where I really like my target weight, sitting on the bench at Disneyland. And they were not bad masks. That particular mask was a unique butterfly SpaceX mask. There were not very many of them made before they made a different type of mask. Let me see if I can find it. It's after this, after this. I'm still too fat, still too fat. Thinner, thinner, thinner. Let's see here. I'm still not happy enough. Gotta go happier, happier. Oh, these are hilarious. These are the photos for my surgeon. Like, take a picture this way, now this way, now this way, now this way, now this way. Let's see here. Pictures of me. The back of my head. Oh yeah, here the we'll get back to that. Let's find this photo. Will this work? Yeah, this one will work. It's not the picture I'm thinking of, but it'll work. So you can actually see there's, on the mask, there's not a white X. There's like, this is actually a gray X. These masks were for when the pandemic kind of first started. Everyone was going home, everything was shutting down, but there were a few of us that were considered critical, and we needed to continue to operate, and we were still going to do DM2, Demo 2. So those of us working Demo 2 in mission control and broadcast control were given these masks, and it wasn't a lot of people. We'll call it 100. I don't know what the real number is, but say 100. All the while, SpaceX was working on like the permanent embiggenated version for everyone else. There are a few subtle differences between the embiggenated version and this version. First off, the final version had a much broader, bolder X on it, so it's a bright white as opposed to kind of that, this gray color that you see here. It's a much poppier X. The second thing is they actually seem to change the material. So I don't know if it's a better material or like a more, I don't know if the flight surgeon was like, no, this needs to be like this, but it's a harder material than the other masks, and so they're, I think, less comfortable. And so the official masks would pull on my ears much harder. Then the best part is they deployed all of these masks to everyone, and then a couple weeks later, it was determined that cotton masks were no joy, and so everyone had to have the surgical masks. And so that was that. That was the end of it, and everyone moved to the blue ones, or blue, pink, purple, whatever. So yeah. I think I still have it somewhere. I'm not actually sure. And then, yeah, the black skirt. I still have that black skirt. Oh, I don't know why I did that. I meant to do that. There you go. Oh, I just showed you my desktop as if that was going to make a difference. But I love that black skirt. I still have two of them. They're from Ann Taylor, and they were one of the first things that I got for transition. And fortunately, they still mostly fit. Again, my weight has kind of gone up and down. Let's see if I've got that. I've got weight. No, that's not what I want. Face up. Oh, let's see if we can do it in weight. Did this download my new photos yet? This is great TV is what this is. All right, well, I'll just share this anyhow. So if you look at my weight, let's try that again. If you look at my weight has actually gone down. So you can see where I started transition, right about here, right, April of 2019. And then it took a good chunk of 2019. So this is 3/4 of a year, and it came down a good 50 pounds. Now, a lot of this was sugar and carbs. And you see it bounce around a little bit. So I really kind of hit, my goal was 170, and I was up and down around 170. Right around here, somewhere in here. Let's see here. So this high point here, this is my second surgery. And then my first surgery is right down here. So I have a surgery, and that's when I stop being able to work out. And then the next surgery is right around in here. And then I get home, and then I start being able to work out again. And then kind of it stops again for some other stuff. And so it's kind of up and down and up and down. I do expect I can get it back down to 170, except that when you look at my body fat, so it's kind of compressed. So here's my weight. It's still not where it used to be. It's still, 20, 30 pounds below its high weight. But my fat content is above where I started, right? So my fat content was here, and now it's way up here. But my weight is overall lower, and that's because my muscle mass had just plummeted. Look at that. I had 140 pounds of muscle mass. I lost 30 pounds of muscle mass. I've also lost bone mass, not nearly as much, and I've lost water mass, like a pound, right? So, yeah, weight is tricky, and that's the transition over to estrogen, right? Or more specifically, what it is the lack of testosterone, because I'm on whatever it's called, spironolactone, whatever that is. And it suppresses testosterone. And after I go through bottom surgery, which is about 4 weeks away, there will be no testosterone generation in my body effectively whatsoever. There's a little bit, but truly not very much. And actually, my surgeon's going to put me back on testosterone to get proper levels back in my system. Let's see here. Yeah, Faith says, oof, not looking forward to electrolysis, still on laser. Yeah, if there's anything I could have changed, what I did and what I think I did wrong in my transition is laser's not permanent, right? And I'm like, look, with my face, I want this to be permanent. I don't want this beard to grow back. So I never did laser on my face. I only did electrolysis on my face. And I think that was wrong, because while laser is not permanent, it sure seems to be. Like, I've done laser from here all the way down, and that hair is not growing back. So I don't know what's not permanent about laser, but it seems to be pretty permanent. Also, it is way faster and way less painful and way less expensive. So if I could do it all over again, I would have done laser for as much as I could. And then there's a bunch of light and white hairs in my beard. Maybe even some red hairs. I would have gone back with electrolysis and done those. Had I done that, I might actually be done with face beard stuff already, but I didn't. And so, yeah. Brian says I have a svelte, slender neck now. Sure. What I'm not digging on is the rib cage, and you can't really do too much about your bones in your rib cage, right? These are protecting my organs, so these are what they are. I really wish that these came in a bit more, and as I lose, if I can get those 20 pounds back off, they will come in a little bit, right? Because they push out to support the fat that's around all of the organs. So as I lose that weight, that fat comes off, they'll pull back in a little bit. But like clothes and shapes help with that. Let's see here. Oh, this is a really nice comment. It says, this is impressive. I think I've never seen a well-documented transition like yours, and gives me the opportunity to get confidence with all these things, speaking as LGBT guy. Yeah, I mean, even outside of confidence for others, I think it's just interesting to show what the process looks like. I think most people aren't, let's see here. I think there are a lot of people who are maybe not comfortable with those who transition because there's that awkward phase in the middle, and it's just awkward, and it's not something you see. And so it kind of goes against what the societal norms. And if I just go, no, look, this is what it is, and this is why we're doing it, I think 90% of people would be like, oh, okay, I get it now. I understand where you're coming from. I understand what you're going through. I'm maybe not super comfortable with it, but like, you do you, boo. Most people don't care. There are 10% of people who care because, whatever. And, there's nothing I can do about them. But for the other 90%, yeah, give them give them the data. One thing I don't ever do is yell at people or belittle them for questions. Any sort of question. It depends. Some questions are designed to be insulting. They're designed to hurt. Like, I don't tolerate those questions. But there are other questions of generally they're not trying to hurt. Maybe they do actually hurt, but there's not the intent of hurting me. So I'm like, okay, well, your intent was knowledge. I feel like you were willing to ask me the question. I should be willing to give you the knowledge. And so that's my stance on that. Lol at Bad Santa. Yeah, right. Reverse Santa. It's not Bad Santa. It's Reverse Santa. And then Brian talking about my old hairline. Is that called W hairline? I think it is a W hairline or an M hairline. I forget. Let's see here. Huh. Oh my God, it's like watching a time lapse. Yeah, reverse time lapse. It is interesting to see the change though, right? Like the change in just shapes, and again, millimeters matter. Yeah, our kitties are cute. We have 2 of them. They're Bengals. They're adorable. Let's see here. For Brian says, for the laser tattoo removal, look forward to a bunch of swelling. Yep, every time, every single time, because it's not a one and done sort of thing. It's not like they hit you with the laser and they're like, cool, well, your tattoo's removed. It's like, okay, well, come back every month for 2 years and, good luck. I'm at the point actually where they've slowed it down. So I think I've gone like 8 to 10 times. And now they're like, okay, well, you should come back once every 3 months or so. I'm actually due to go back right before my bottom surgery, and I'm going to reschedule that particular one because I don't want anything to get in the way of bottom surgery, and I don't want my body trying to heal this and heal that. Because that's going to be an intense healing. So I'm going to punt that one. And then, yeah, I just got to keep at it for a while. Hopefully, yeah. So BV is talking about some of my older pictures where I'm in the middle of transition. It says, honestly, seems not too bad to me. Yes, not female, but better than a lot of stuff. So yeah, some people are saying, ultimately at the end of the day, I'm a perfectionist. I don't want to say perfectionist, but I'm cognizant of how other people view me. And I think that it is important to keep that in mind. And so I look for the things, how do I word this? I use the way people interact with me as a data point. And so if people are saying sir, he, him, then I view them as perceiving me as male. And if they say ma'am, she, her, I view them as perceiving me as female. I also look at how long it takes them to come to whatever conclusion, or whether they choose not to use any form of pronouns around me. And so it was really interesting during my entire transitional process to be like, okay, like, where are we? I distinctly remember, I still very, very vividly remember, it was a great day for me. And it was a total accident, but I don't care. I'm going to take it. The very first time I was out in public and I got an unwarranted she from a stranger, right? Or it was like, thank you, ma'am, as opposed to thank you, sir, or whatever it might be. It was actually in the security line getting into Disneyland. It was over by where you enter over by the Grand Californian going into downtown Disney. There's a security checkpoint there. I was walking through that checkpoint. They were checking my bag, and they said, thank you, ma'am, as I was walking through. Now, keep in mind, this is pre-COVID, right? So I was, let's see here, Disneyland. Go back to, not that far. Probably about, what did I look like? In fact, this might have been the day. Somewhere in here. So I would have looked similar to this at that time when they said, thank you, ma'am. Like, if you look at that, like, there's still a lot of male features there. Like, quite a few, if we're being honest. And I didn't care. Like, I took it. Now, I think what happened was I had a purse on at the time. And so I'd thrown the purse through, and it was not a super feminine purse. It was kind of a transitional purse. And I think just the fact that it was a purse is why he said, thank you, ma'am. And then he saw me, and then he bit his tongue. Like, you could hear him think about correcting himself, but then not correct himself. And so he was like confused. Didn't matter. I took it. I enjoyed it. It was a great day. I was like, oh my God. Carrie was like, this is amazing. This is awesome. It was really, really great. That was a great moment. You know what it makes, because, and here's why, because I didn't ask him to say she, her, or ma'am. I didn't give him any form of context. He didn't know. That's just what, like, his initial immediate gender instinct was female. And, he may have changed his mind later, like after he but like that initial one was female, which meant I was on the right track. I was moving the needle. That's what mattered to me. Just moving the needle, continuing to move the needle. It's a slow process. Anyhow, let's see here. Oh yeah, Halloween is the 31st, isn't it? Whenever Halloween is, I don't remember. People just tell me. Kojin says, can you explain to me what you mean Well, that's weird. I assume that that was off of Discord and not related to anything else because it rendered funny. So I don't know. I was going to actually ask for more information, but I don't know. Josh asks a really great question. What is your record? How many visits to Disneyland, Disney World, other Disney parks? Well, when we first got to California, we went to Disneyland all the time. The fun story of like our Disney stuff is, SpaceX hired me out of Minnesota, and they paid to move us down here. And so I worked, like I gave my 2 weeks notice, and I worked all the way to the end of those 2 weeks. But then I didn't really have a transitional period. So I flew out that Saturday, I believe it was, the very next Saturday after work. And then I had Sunday, and I started work at SpaceX that next Monday. That was all the more time I had to like get ready. Now, what we had done is, I don't think Carrie Ann was working at the time, so we just flew her down here early. She took care of a space conference, a Space Up conference for, at the time, Space Vidcast, and like ran that conference for us. And then she also coordinated like the temporary housing down here and helped us like figure out where we were going to move to, and like all, like there's a whole bunch of stuff that has to happen. She took care of all of it so I could focus on just, ending that one job and moving to the next one. And so I'm done with work at this one place, and I come, I fly to California. I step off the airplane at LAX, which is nowhere near where we need. Well, it's fairly close to where we need to be, but LAX is here. Our apartments are this way, or like our temporary housing is this way, and Disneyland is this way. And she's like, okay, well, why don't we head back to the hotel? We'll drop off the bags. You can take a quick shower, and then we'll figure out what to do and maybe grab some dinner. And I was like, yeah, cool. How about instead of that, let's just leave the luggage in the car, drive straight to Disneyland, and go buy annual passes, and then we can have dinner there. How's that sound? And she's like, are you sure? You've just flown, like, you've just had an crazy work week. You've just flown here, like crazy late or earlier. I don't remember what it was, but like the timing was messed up. It must have been early because we were able to get into Disney. She's like, you've got to be exhausted. And I'm like, I am exhausted. Let's go to Disneyland. And so the very, very, very first thing I did while in California was get an annual pass to Disneyland. At the time, it was like the top or second to top pass you could get. This is before they had signature and whatnot. This is 10 years ago. And we burned holes in those passes. We constantly went to Disney. We couldn't get enough of it. It was awesome and amazing. And then, we were married at Walt Disney World. And so we would like to go back whenever possible. For a while there, we were going back once a quarter. So we were going to Walt Disney World 4 times a year, and then going to Disneyland maybe like 3 times a week, right? It was a lot. Now, things at Company X have like, there's more going on. I have more responsibility now, so it's much harder to do that. At the same time, we have more powers at Disneyland, so it's a little bit easier for us to get in. So we still go fairly often, but like, and even during the like even now, we don't have restrictions. Like yeah, we'll leave it at that. Let's see here. Faith is talking about electrolysis, says, yeah, this is so much more involved than laser. Yeah, but it's also substantially more effective. Well, that's not a true statement. It can get any hair type on any skin type, which laser cannot do. So, the light hairs in my beard, laser can't hit. The red hairs, it struggles with. The dark brown hairs, it's fine with. But I've got a lot of light hair in my beard. And so, you know what? No matter what, let's see, we're still going through comments here. Yeah, I reached here. It's live going through chat, kind of. So now I think we're live again. I think we're back to like real time once more. I'm pretty cool. Or I'm pretty sure I'm pretty cool. Is this live right now, or am I watching recent playback? There, that should give you a time justification or time marker. I don't know. Yeah. Kyle Schember asks, when Trans Story Part 2? Last I checked, Kyle, I said I was ready for Trans Story anytime. You just tell me when to pop over to the hangar. So you're like, oh yeah, no, we should do this before bottom surgery. Well, we're 4 weeks out from bottom surgery at this point, and now it's getting really difficult for me to carve the time out necessary to like go over there to do the trans story. So this may end up being after bottom surgery, which means the first trans story I did, which is an amazing, for those of you who don't know, trans story is this amazing thing that Kyle does. It's on Spotify, all your favorite podcasting apps. Just search for trans story. And I think I was the first interview. And so you can hear my story and like how I came out to Carrie Ann and almost got us in a car accident. Like my thought process behind all of it. You can hear, I think I came out in April of 2019. I think this was like June of 2019. So it was really early. And, you can hear like my thought process then. And I think it's going to be really interesting to hear, 2 years later, after I've been through top surgery, bottom surgery, and all this other, faced all of it, hear like how right I was on some things and how very, very, very wrong I was on other things. Right? So, yeah. Yeah, I was very wrong. I thought it was really well done, though. Kyle is an amazing interviewer. Like, he's really, really good. He knows just the right questions to ask. Like, yeah. I thought it was well done. Jared says it was a super great moment being gendered correctly. Yeah, I mean, also, I struggle with terms like being gendered correctly as well as the other term I really don't like is, what is it? Oh man, it just escaped my brain. I don't like using it, so I never use it, which is passing, right? Passing as a female. I don't like that term. It makes it sound like I'm putting on a costume and I'm trying to trick you. And that's not how I view it. I don't view it as putting on a costume and trying to trick you. I'm not trying to pass. I'm just trying to be who I am. So I don't use the term. You probably have never heard me say the term, I was passing. It was, I was gendered as female or as perceived as female. Because, gender is one of the first things we learn as children. It's not even taught to us. We just kind of learn it. We see the distinction between men and women, mom and dad, so to speak. And we learn and then start emulating the thing that we closer match with. And so it's really difficult for people. You can't just say, oh, hey, unlearn something that you started learning in your childhood. One of the first things you ever learned, unlearn that. And I want you to do it my way instead. That's not how this works. So instead of asking the world to adapt to me, I kind of adapt to the world and I'm like, this is how I want you to perceive me. And so I worked really hard, really, really hard so that the world perceives me the way that I want to be perceived. And I hope it shows. And I'm not done with it yet. And it is hard work. And you need to understand that any transgender man or woman who does go through all of this, it's really hard work. But, in the end, it's very rewarding. It's very freeing to actually get to that point where you're consistently gendered the way you want to be gendered, the way that you feel, and that you are perceived the way you want to be perceived. And you don't have to hide behind anything anymore. You don't have to feel ashamed of anything anymore. You can just be you. It's a really freeing moment. But it doesn't come just magically. It's not a thing that just happens. There's a fantastic amount of hard work, literal pain, literal money that goes into making that happen. And it's difficult. And so, yeah, that's just the end of that story. Andy Law says, I hope your next surgery goes, it's hard to read, goes as well as possible and that you're happy with the results. Yeah, this next surgery, bottom surgery, is the one that I've wanted from the beginning. And the way I kind of describe this is the first 3 surgeries were for you, fundamentally. They were so that you would perceive me as female and you would be comfortable with the idea of me being female. The last surgery is really for me. It's not something you're ever going to see. It's not something that, like, how would you ever know? It would be very difficult for you to know. You might be able to, but like it's tough. But that one's for me. That and I wanted that last surgery. I wanted bottom surgery first. I wanted it up front. I just wanted to get. It would have helped me from a mental state standpoint. That's the thing that I've always struggled with, and I'm very, very excited to not have to struggle with that anymore. And you know what? It's going to hurt physically. It's going to be mentally challenging to do dilation. The way that was described to me is, so for those who don't know, after you have vaginoplasty, the neovagina basically wants to close up on you. So you have to not let it do that. And so you do something called dilation, and that's where you've got, effectively a plastic piece that, you have to put into a certain depth. We call it 6 inches or whatever it is. It has to go in for about 6 inches, and you have to progressively get it larger and larger and larger in each session to ensure that that doesn't close up on you. Because once it starts to close on you, it's really difficult, even with future surgeries, to ever get that back. So it's very, very important that you maintain this fairly rigorous schedule. And it messes, like, it's intense. I want to say a week after surgery, it might be 2 weeks. I don't have the schedule in front of me. I have to do that 5 times a day for 30 minutes each. And now that's 30 minutes of dilation time. That does not count the amount of time that it takes to start or clean up. So realistically, we're looking at about an hour a day, 5 times a day. That's 5 hours out of every one of my days that I'm going to have to do this. That is a lot of time. I have to do that for months, for 5 hours a day. And then it switches to 3 times a day for 20 minutes. And then it switches to 1 time a day for 20 minutes. And then it switches to 1 time per week for 20 minutes, if I remember right. Again, I don't have the schedule in front of me. So that bit is potentially, so I understand what all of that is, and it's not going to be super comfortable because, it's a fresh surgery, so it's going to be physically painful, and I think I'm mentally prepared for that. What someone mentioned who's gone through this, and something that I hadn't considered before, is like, yeah, it hurts, but it's kind of like you make a hole in your arm, and then in order to keep that hole open, you stick a pencil into your arm every single day. You can do it, and it's going to hurt, but your brain is going to tell you you shouldn't be doing this because it doesn't expect there to be a hole there, and it's trying to be like, what are you doing? This hurts. Stop doing this. So there's this mental bit that you need to get over for dilation, at least at first, that can be fairly complicated. Some patients go through that, some people don't. I don't know what I'm going to go through. I think that because this is so important to me, and because it's been such a aggravation for so long, that even the physical pain will be nowhere near the mental agony. Agony is not the right word. I think the physical part, I'm going to be able to mentally get over the physical part of it because it's just physical pain and that will go away. And I think I know that. I think it's the same way I pushed through facial feminization surgery, which was pretty awful from a pain standpoint. And so I'm not super worried about it. But it was an interesting concept, the idea of like, yeah, it's going to physically hurt, but also you need to wrap your brain around this too, because your brain needs to accept the idea that this is here now. I was like, oh, this is really interesting, right? I think it's interesting. So this is an interesting topic that I kind of go back and forth on mentally. And Courtney says, you're doing it right, not just being a dude in a woman's bathroom. Okay, so I get that. And being a transgender woman, I think I understand both sides of that, in that, as you're transitioning, you're very eager, very, very eager to be perceived as female. And I also distinctly remember going back to, like, let's see here. Let me find a good example. Sorry. Let's see here. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, here's a good example. So I look like this. where do I go? Do I go to the men's restroom or the women's restroom? Right? Because in that picture, I probably feel like I'm pulling off female pretty well. But there are people who would look at that and go like, no, you're not. Right? So it gets really complicated and it's super uncomfortable. Like, because so for me, my modus operandi is I don't want to make other people uncomfortable. And so if I think that I look more male and I'm going to make fewer men uncomfortable than I will women, then I'll use the men's restroom. But if I think I'm going to make more, and vice versa, you get the idea, right? So when I look like that, I'm like, I don't know what to do, because you still have biological needs, right? You still have to use the restroom. You can't not. Now and that's exactly what I tried to do. I would do a couple different things. First, when I was in that mode, when I looked like that, because I didn't want to make anyone uncomfortable. The other thing is, like, I don't know what other women have gone through. Like, I look like this. I don't know how I'm being perceived by other women. And when I'm, a restroom, whether you like it or not, is kind of, I don't want to call it a safe space, but it's considered, it's a private space. And I don't want, men are going to be uncomfortable if there are women in the men's restroom, and women are going to be uncomfortable if there are men in the women's restroom. For better or worse, right or wrong, that's just how it is right now, right? And so I look like that, and I know that I don't fully look female, and I know that there are going to be women who perceive me as male in the restroom. So what I try to do first, if I need to use the restroom, I try to go, okay, can I hold this until we leave? Can I hold this until I'm in a place where this doesn't matter anymore and I can use my own restroom or a private restroom? Sometimes the answer is no, right? Like, we all know that. We all understand that. We all pee, right? We all know that there's a point where you're just like, this has to happen. This has to happen. So then it's like, okay, well, where do I go? What do I do? So the second thing I would try to do when I look like that is I'm like, is there a unisex restroom around here? Is there a companion bathroom? Somewhere where I'm not going to impact other people? And I would go out of my way. Like, if I'm in a shopping mall, let's just say, and I'm in a restaurant on one side of the mall, and I know that there's a companion restroom on the other side of the mall, I would leave the restaurant and go all the way to the other side of the mall to use the companion restroom, and then all the way back, even if it added like 20 minutes to my time, because it was really important to me not to make other people uncomfortable. Now, understand, the state that I'm in right now, I don't get gendered as male ever unless you're talking to me on the phone. So I no longer do any of that because I don't feel that it's necessary. When I go into a women's restroom, I don't think in those women don't know me. I don't think any of them look at me and go, "Oh, that's a dude," right? That just doesn't happen anymore. So now I'm not going to say that I'm super comfortable because, like, I still have this fear of, like, what if someone perceives me as male? But that hasn't happened in a long time. Like, frankly, this helps, right? Like, this bit helps. So yeah. Yeah, and actually, Leland brings up an interesting point. People are stupid about bathrooms. They have one bathroom at home, but expect separate bathrooms everywhere else. And, I really just wish this is easily solved. If they just have a companion or a unisex bathroom everywhere, that's fine. Like, now, the problem solved. Now I can just use the unisex bathroom. And I think you'll find that a majority of transgender men and women are going to, when we're in the middle awkward phase, almost all of us are going to opt for the unisex bathroom. We don't want to be there just as much as you don't want us there. Right? We are all uncomfortable in that scenario, but there's still that biological need. So we are all looking for that thing that makes it the least uncomfortable, right? And unisex bathrooms are the thing that make I get it, like some of the older places don't have that, but like, yeah. FL says, "Hey Jamie, you're looking great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. A lot of hard work and pain has gone into this so far. One question: why do people transition in the months before coming out? What is that experience like? I don't get it, but there's probably a reason. Thanks. Yeah, I don't. I'm very, very, very glad that you don't get it, because if you got it, that means, like, then you understand what this is like, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone. So let me tell you about. I will say that it's different for everyone. So I'm going to tell you my story, but know that everyone's story is completely and totally different. And how they get to here is totally different. I did not realize I was transgender until somewhere around 1994 to 1998. I'm not entirely sure exactly when I first realized it, but it was somewhere in those years, 94 to 98. I do remember this specific moment though. I was in one of the control rooms that I had that had beige carpeted walls. I remember beige carpeted walls. I remember that the control room was dark, which, okay, most of them are. And I also remembered that I was able to be alone with my thoughts. And I worked in a lot of video control rooms, but there were only two that were like that. And one of them happened in 1994, like 94, 95, 96. And then the other one was 97, 98. I think that was it. Excuse me. So I realized it then, but you need to understand this is in Minnesota. This is in the Midwest, and this is in the 90s. So the internet is not what it is today. Access to information is not what it is today. So I'm sitting there going, this just doesn't feel right. Like, these are the societal expectations on me, and they don't feel right. This is what my body is, and it doesn't feel right. Like, I think I was born the wrong gender. I think, there's a coin toss when everyone's born, effectively 50-50. I think the brain part of it tossed one way and the body tossed the other way. I think I got the brain of a woman and the body of a man. And that thought absolutely terrified me. And I didn't know the word transgender. I didn't understand it. It wasn't a thing that I had access to. I didn't know there was anything I could do about it. And so because I was scared of it, because I was scared, I was ashamed, and I was embarrassed, like deeply embarrassed by this, by just the thought of it, right? How could I go to my parents and say, by the way, I want to be a girl? That's really hard to say, especially when what was I? Less than 20? Right? Late teens. So I did what only sane person would do, and that is I buried that deep. I say sane person. I did the worst possible thing you could do, and that is I buried this idea deep in my brain. I locked it into a box. I put it in the back of my brain, and I'm like, I never want to see or hear from you again. And I forgot it. I worked very hard to forget the idea, forget the thoughts, and push it as far away from me as possible. Anytime something like this came up on television, I wouldn't judge it. I wouldn't yell at it. I would just avoid it. Anytime I saw something like this in person, I wouldn't judge it. I wouldn't yell at it. I would just walk the other way. I got as far away from this stuff as possible because if I wasn't around it, I didn't have to deal with it. I didn't have to think about it, and I didn't have to open that box again. Right? So you can't bury something like that. Right? Something that's so deep and true to who you are, you can't keep hidden away. Every few years, it would kind of, it would be like this, like, cleaning house, so to speak, right? And I stumble across this box and be like, oh, hey, what's in this box? And I open the box and be like, nope, put that box away. Rinse and repeat that for 20 years, right? Deny it, deny it, deny it, deny it. Absolutely not. I want nothing to do with this. I never look up information on it because I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to deal with this information in my head. I never explore it, and I stay away from the topic as much as I can. I stay away from the entire LGBT community. And again, I don't judge people. Like, I'm not mean to them or cruel. Like, that is one avenue that some people take, is they lash out against the LGBT community because same deal. They just don't want to deal with it. They're embarrassed and they're ashamed. And the easy way to get around that is to yell at the thing that you don't want to be. Now, I'm not making excuses for them. I think that's a bad way to deal with it, and it's not how I dealt with it. But I see where they're coming from. They shouldn't, but I get it. So, yeah. So this is buried. And then what happens is there's a transgender woman who's working effectively kitty corner from me, right? So like I'm in this cube at Company X, and they're like across the aisle and one cube over. So diagonally from me. Moving this camera didn't really help, but I pretend like it did. And so she started transitioning. And now I can't avoid it. Right? Because I can't avoid her. I have to, I'm working with her. It is interesting though, because I had the opportunity then to work in a different location, and I took it. I didn't realize that is what I had done, but I did. And I tried to kind of avoid it, but you can't. And so one day, and I feel like I would have to ask her, but I feel like I was totally delightful to her. Like, I didn't, again, I don't judge people. I don't think that's fair. I don't know what they've gone through in life. So I'm like, okay, I mean, that's your choice. Whatever you want to do. I don't get it. And then eventually, you know, I see this box in the back of my head. I'm like, oh, hey, what's in this box? And I open that box up and I'm like, oh, hell no. Absolutely not. And so then I go to put the box away. The only problem is now, because of this person transitioning at SpaceX, now I know you can do something about it. And that makes it impossible for me to put that box back. It makes it impossible for me to forget this. And so now I'm stuck with this knowledge, and I grapple with this for weeks. I'm literally curled in a ball, crying myself to sleep day after day, week after week, just trying, desperately being like, no, this isn't me. This isn't who I am. This isn't what I want. How can I make this go away? This needs to not be a thing. I don't want this. I don't want this. So I desperately tried to find a way out of it. I actually looked up ways like, okay, you can change your mind or your body. How do I change my mind? What is there out there? What scientific thing is there out there that will help me like get over this so this isn't a thing anymore? And the answer is there isn't one. There's a bunch of fraudulent stuff out there talking about, there's a bunch of BS out there, but there's nothing that actually works from a mind standpoint. And that leaves you the other side of it. Can you change your body? Yeah, you can. You can take hormones, you can do surgeries, like you can change your gender. And in fact, like a lot of the materials used in men, like the raw materials, they're basically the same materials used in women. They're just put in a different place. So all the surgeons do is just move it around. And I'm like, huh. Dang it. So now I'm in a position where, look, I wasn't unhappy as a male. I had gone through most of my life, 40 plus years as a male, and I wasn't unhappy. I also didn't care about my body, and I didn't, you could tell that, there was something disconnected with me. And even as you go back and just look at the photo, let's see if I can call it up really quick here. If you just look at the photo of, the 5-up picture, you can actually just kind of see it in my eyes. You can see it change, almost in my soul, so to speak. I'm not super religious, but there's something there that makes you a person. Like you can see, if you just look at my eyes, you can see a change there in those bottom 2 pictures. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe it. So I still haven't decided at this point to transition. I find after weeks and weeks of struggle, I'm now in a position where I've accepted who I am, but I haven't decided what to do because I've realized, there are people around me. This doesn't just impact me. This impacts my wife. This impacts my friends, and this impacts my family. And I can't just go, oh, hey, I'm going to become a woman and expect everyone to be like, yay, that sounds awesome, right? So now I'm in a position I've accepted who I am to myself, which was the hardest person that I had to tell was me. Now I need to tell my wife. And I don't know what I'm going to do because my wife and I are a team, right? We don't keep secrets from each other. And it's important to me that she knows this and we'll figure it out together. Whether I do something or I don't do something, we're going to figure that out together because that's how we work. And I try to get up the courage to tell her multiple times. It's really, really difficult to tell your spouse that you want to transition genders. It is really hard. It is terrifying because you don't know. They could be it doesn't matter who they are. How do I word this? You still want them to be attracted to you. And some people just aren't attracted to the same gender. And there's nothing wrong with that. You're attracted to who you're attracted to. You're attracted to what you're attracted to. You shouldn't be ashamed of that. And if you're not attracted to transgender women, I get it. You're just not attracted to them. And I didn't want I didn't want our marriage to end. I didn't know what was going to happen. Our marriage was very important to me. And so I'm desperately trying to work up the courage of how do I tell her? Where do I tell her? So I would sit down and have lunch with her and be like, I'm going to do it now. I'm going to do it now. Just do it now. Just do it now. But then I would always come up with some sort of excuse like, it's too much of a public place. This isn't the right time. We'd be eating dinner alone. And I'd be like, she's enjoying the TV show. I don't want to ruin it. She's too tired, or I'm too tired, or, whatever excuse I wanted to create. And so I just kept avoiding it. But I'm like, I've got you. This is eating away at me, right? Because I have this secret and I don't want to keep it from my best friend in the world. But I'm terrified to tell her because I don't want to lose my best friend in the world, right? And so eventually I'm like, so we drive in separately because she has to get there at dark 30 in the morning, and I usually leave at dark 30 at night. So our schedules don't really overlap all that much. So we drive separate cars. Once in a blue moon, our schedules will align because of a launch, and I'll have to be there at dark 30, or she'll have to be, in the morning. And so, I'm like, okay, why don't we drive home together? It was like a Friday or something like that, and I'll just drive in with you on Monday. And she was like, really? I'm like, yeah, we only need one car on the weekend, and it doesn't matter. I got to be in early on Monday anyhow, so this makes sense. And then only one car, and then it'll be easier. She was like, okay. So, it was a little bit weird because that is not something I would normally do. Because I like to have the freedom of not having to go in at dark. And when I say dark 30, I mean sometimes 3:30, 4:30 in the morning, right? She does coffee, so very early. So we're driving, and I'm like, I gotta tell her. And I was going to tell her when we first got in the car, but once again, I chickened out. And so we start driving. And then I'm like, okay, at the end of the ramp at the stoplight, I'll tell her. And I chicken out. So then we turn onto the freeway, and as she's starting to merge, at the most dangerous point in that process, I'm like, I think I was born the wrong gender. And she's like, okay. And then she says, okay, well, what are your next steps? And it was that moment, that was the precise moment in time where I'm like, oh, I think I can do this. I think I can transition. She's not like, hey, that sounds awful. What are you talking about? She's like, okay, what do we do now? And I'm like, well, I already knew I'm an engineer, so I researched all of this already. I'm like, well, hormones are the first step, blah, 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 blah. She's like, okay, well, let's get that going. And it was just, she was immediately supportive. There was no hesitation other than she needed to merge with oncoming traffic. Right? The largest gap with her was her trying to not kill us. So, yeah. And as Andy says, doing it in the car when she was driving was courageous. No, it was stupid. What a stupid time to do it. But I was so nervous. I was so afraid. It's terrifying to be that vulnerable to someone because you are super vulnerable. So, the question being, back to the original question of hey, what's that experience like? It's tormenting, I think, is the experience. You just feel completely and totally out of place with yourself. And you try to deny it. At least I tried to deny it. I tried to not deal with it. I tried to not do anything with it. I tried to make it go away. I tried to do anything and everything but transition. But in the end, it was, and I look at where I started and where I've come, and I think you can just see it in just the way I interact. I'm just happier now. And I wasn't unhappy before, but I'm so much happier now. And it's freeing just to not, it's, an example I give is it was as if through my entire life I was dragging the cinder block behind me. But because it was there the whole time, you don't perceive it as actually being extra weight. You don't know. It's just always been there. And so then I came out to myself and a little bit of the cinder block broke off. I'm like, oh, this is a little lighter. It's a little bit easier. And then, I started, on hormones, a little bit more of that cinder block broke off. I'm like, what? Wait, this is nice. I kind of like this. And, I'm at the point where I've broken off, I think, about half to 2/3 of that cinder block. It's mostly gone. The remaining bits are the things that have always just really physically bothered me, and that's bottom surgery. And I think that the rest of that cinder block is likely all going to break off at once after I complete my bottom surgery in 4 weeks. I am very eager for this particular surgery. Yep. Yeah. So, and then this is the other fun bit. Many of my friends knew before I told them and were supportive. As I said before, I didn't get masculinity. Yeah. So that was the other interesting bit of like, I told Carrie Ann, and as she said, she was like, I didn't, prior to that, I didn't really think, oh, she's transgender. But as soon as you said it, it was like everything went into place and went, oh, I get it now. I understand now. Because there was always this weirdness about my gender that never quite lined up with anyone else. And, like interesting stories from my childhood, like my past. And, yeah. Leland you can see the weight of those cinder blocks in your eyes in those old pictures. You can even see it in some of the old shows, right? Like you just go back to the live shows of me and you can I'm not unhappy, but I'm so much better now. And that was the other thing. If I'll be honest, so reaction of the community, right? So here I am. I've come out to Carrie Ann. I've decided that I'm going to transition. The thing is, I own a web show, right? Not the biggest web show out there, but it's the one that's got the staying power. We've been around for a decade at this point, or at that point, over a decade. We're going on like 13 years at this point. And, there are a lot of different types of people that watch the show. And now I'm going to transition genders, and I'm not super comfortable. I'm not comfortable doing it to myself. Like, I'm not comfortable with the idea of transition myself. I never have been. Like, I'm still not comfortable with the idea. I don't like the murky middle. I'm not a fan of that. Like, either side is fine. I just don't like that. And I don't think anyone does. Like, no one's like, oh, yay, I'm awkward. Right? So, now I'm sitting here going, how do I tell the community? And it was really nice the way the community reacted in the most awkward way possible, because I didn't tell the community. What I was so stupid. If I could do it all over again, I would do it differently. I was worried that the community would negatively respond, and I didn't want to deal with that. And I don't think I had the mental capacity to deal with that. The thing is, the community did not negatively respond, but I didn't know. So what I did was not tell anyone. And I removed myself from camera. Like, all of a sudden one day I was just not on camera anymore. I'm like, oh no, I'll be producing and Jared is running the show. I was like, right? That's what I did. Y'all might remember that. And one day I just wasn't on camera anymore. And so Jared and Lisa and Jade, Athena, and Sarah all kind of like took over. And they did a pretty good job. But one day we need to do space news. And there's some pretty decent news that's out. And no one can do it. I'm like, ugh. Fine. I'll do it. So I don't perceive myself as losing a bunch of weight. But, again, we go back and we look at, because, I live with me, right? So you don't perceive it as happening really fast, but like, it happened pretty fast, right? So the last time you guys saw me on camera was up here. Then I jumped back on camera somewhere down here. Actually, it wasn't quite that far. It was like right over here. That is a lot of weight loss to have happen. And so I jump on camera and I am way thinner than before. Much, much thinner. And the community freaks out. They're like, are you sick? Do you have an eating disorder? Do you have cancer? Is there anything we can do to help you? I got so many private emails from people in the community asking if I was okay and if there was anything I could do to help. That I was like, okay. First off, you guys are all amazing. Just the fact that you would take the time, the fact that you were worried at all was very touching to me. And it meant a lot to me. And so those people I responded directly with. I responded to 100% of those people. I'm like, nah, I'm fine. This is what's going on. Please don't tell anyone yet. I'm not sure how to tell the community. And everyone was great about it. And then I'm like, okay, I have to tell the community. I don't have a choice now. Like, people are worried about me. And so, yeah, I told everyone. I did this. I did a really fun thing. Let's hear this hand. So that the name banner comes out right over here, right? And so I was introducing myself, and I kind of already knew what my new name would be. So Benjamin, right? Jami is actually part of Benjamin. Benjami. N. So that's why my name is Jami with no E. Jami. It was there all along, right? Right there in plain sight. And so I introduced the show, and I kind of waved my hand over the side, and very nonchalantly. Oh, sorry, but I purposely did it. Like I practiced on camera, like just like this. Like, where does my hand need to start and stop? And as I did that, the other letters disappeared and then kind of all condensed together. It was very subtle, but I enjoyed that moment quite a bit. And so, yeah, so I did that, and I was like, and I think at the very end, I was like, hey, just so you know, I'm transitioning genders. This is why I'm not going to be on camera. I'm not comfortable being on camera. This is why we don't have live shows. And it's why we don't have live shows right now, right? It's also why live shows are planned to come back after I have bottom surgery, because I'm actually kind of ready to go back on air right now. As you can see, I've been on air a few times now. I'm much more comfortable with where I'm at in transition. I don't like where my voice is, but okay, we'll work on that together. But I don't want to start and stop and start again. And bottom surgery is going to take me out of commission for a while. And I think it's important to like come back strong and stay strong the entire time. And I went back and forth on that quite a bit because everyone's eager for live shows. But I really do think that's the right call. And frankly, during the pandemic, this is the worst possible time for me to be doing this. From a business perspective, it's decimated tomorrow. Absolutely destroyed the subscriber base. Look at Tim Dodd. Look at NASA space flight. Look, there are so many people who have picked up the slack. Like, we dropped the baton and they all picked it up. Also, good on all of them, because I dropped that baton. And I knowingly dropped that baton. And to the space community, I am sorry for that. Like, I feel like I've let you guys down a little bit, but I think everyone also understands why I dropped the baton and accepts that. There are a handful of people who don't, who are like, this is a bad business decision. And yeah, it totally is. But also, we're all humans, and it was the right human decision. And so I'll take the human decision over the business decision any day. And when we come back, we will come back weaker than we were before, but we'll build it back up. And that's okay, because at the end of the day, tomorrow's just a group of people, a group of space nerds who are just a bunch of geeks who enjoy space. And we just enjoy talking about it. And if you want to be a part of that community, awesome. If you don't, that's okay too. Like, there are plenty of communities you can be a part of. So, yeah. Yeah, Tim says Tim's doing almost exactly what you wanted to do a decade ago. But the important bit is that timing matters. Also, he's very, very good at it. Like, don't... Let's be clear. What he's doing is very difficult. Very difficult. And he's doing a phenomenal job at it. And he has earned every single one of those views and every single one of those ad revenue dollars. Absolutely. And I think that his long form content is fun. I've learned stuff from his long form content, especially about, I'm like Russian engines. That's not the one I'm thinking of. The inverted engine design. It's a, someone help me out. Again, simple words. To be fair, here's what's going on. Here's why my brain isn't working right. For those who don't know, well, at least for me, when I got on hormones, the way my memory worked changed. And so, Aerospace, thank you. Thank you. God, that was really bothering me. Aerospace engines. His Aerospace, actually, I'll do this. His Aerospace video, I learned a lot of really great stuff in that video. Here's what's happening with my brain. At least for me, when I got onto estrogen and got on testosterone blockers, the way I recall information started to change. Not better or worse, just different. So, sorry for the mouth noises, how I'm recalling short-term memory stuff versus, and I haven't really hit long-term memory yet, but how I'm recalling short-term memory stuff, it's more, the thoughts are more scattered. And they're not harder to find. They're just like, there's just more of them kind of scattered out. And so I can see different relationships that maybe I couldn't see before, but the process is a little bit slower getting there. Whereas before, it was more like a card catalog of like, okay, well, I know to go to the M. Okay, this is the one I need. But then I don't really see, I see the cards around it, but I don't see the things that are like distantly connected, which I can kind of do now, which is kind of interesting and a different way of looking at things and pretty awesome. Except that I'm going into another surgery, and what they need to do for that surgery is wean me off of estrogen, because estrogen can create blood clots. And so my hormones have all changed again, and my short-term memory is like, what are you doing? So basics, basics, things that I do every day for years. I'm just like, oh, what is the word for that? What is the word? I know this word. I do this every day. Switcher, video switcher. I swear. Everyone's looking at me like, what's wrong with her? Yeah, actually, and Jared says, Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut, NASA space have been epic, and it's wonderful seeing them thrive. What I enjoy is the difference in format between the two, because it serves a broader community, which I think is very important. So NASA spaceflight really gets into the absolute weeds of Starship, right? Like, they've got live cameras on Starship 24/7. They can tell you exactly the serial number of every single piece of metal and every single heat shield tile that went onto that vehicle in great detail, precisely the path it took to get there. That's not really Tim Dodd. What he's going to do is tell you the history of everything, like the history of the whole program as a whole, and how all of these pieces fit together. They take a he tells more of a story. And so you kind of have a storytelling approach versus a very technical and analytical approach. And both are amazing, and both serve a different group of people. And I'm very happy to see both thriving. I don't know where we are. I feel like we're kind of in the middle, but I think we're a little bit more towards Tim Dodd's side of more storytelling and trying to create connections for people of like, this is why this bit is important. Like, the serial number doesn't matter. What matters is this is how it's going to get us to Mars. That's kind of more my thing, but like, again. Andy says, I miss live streams with Tomorrow, honestly. Yeah, they're coming back. Like, part of what I'm here doing is testing the new setup, making sure that, you know, the station is still operating, everything's working as expected. We can still do the chat room stuff. I got the whole chat room updated. It's moved over to Linux. Like, yeah. Oh, this is interesting. Deepod Dolphin says, without Tim, I wouldn't be a host on Tomorrow. And for those who don't know, Deepod Dolphin does our SpaceX updates, because I can't, on Tomorrow episodes. And so he does a phenomenal job doing those week after week, bringing them into space news. I kind of reached out because Lisa moved on to like Rocket Lab, the laboratory, and we needed someone new who could do SpaceX stuff. And so, and you know, because SpaceX is doing a lot of stuff, and I can't talk about it. I can't talk to him about it. Like, there's a walled garden between me and anything SpaceX related. And so, yeah. Oh, Andy, yeah, I saw Tim as a stand-in for Space Mike, and it totally changed my view of Tim's channel. Yeah, I don't ever really view him as a stand-in for Space Mike. I've always liked Space Mike. I think Space Mike is phenomenal. But Tim takes it up a notch from where Space Mike was, and really goes deep and does a lot of validation on like all of this stuff. And just does, again, he's earned all of it on his own. That's a lot of hard work that he's done. Yeah, Jared brings up the really interesting points. Each of us has specific things that we can't talk about, and that's very true. The only problem is like the really exciting stuff. Let's be honest here. The really exciting stuff in industry is happening at SpaceX, right? Blue Origin is boring. No one cares. Virgin Galactic is kind of neat. Like, okay, that's nice, but I mean, they made it into the Richard Branson show, so okay, boring. You've got Space Launch System. That's boring. SpaceX is exciting. They make it exciting. And I can't talk about the exciting thing on my own show. My own space show. I can't talk about the most exciting thing in industry. And that handcuffs me, right? It's really difficult for me. So I have to find other people who can talk about it. And I cannot talk to them about it either, right? Because you don't know what they're going to say. So, like, I don't. I just don't. I can't. Let's see here. What else we got here? Yeah, well, this is the other issue, right? Can't talk about any space stuff. It's all classified, right? So the easy way to get around any of this stuff is to just never, ever talk about it. So I don't, right? I mean, you all know that that's where I work because that's how this started. And then that's basically the end. I'm like, yep, I enjoy my time there. Someone had asked earlier, is SpaceX supportive of my transition? Absolutely, right? Like, Here's the really great thing about SpaceX that I absolutely love. They do not care that I am transitioning one iota. They want great people. They don't care if you're male, female. They don't care the color of your skin. They don't care about your religious background. They don't care about anything. The only thing, and I mean the only thing they care about is, are you exceptional at what you do? That's it. That is their hiring criteria. Are you exceptional at what you do? And so they've been really, really great with regards to transition of like what, and part of it is like, I've given them plenty of notice. I'm like, look, I'm going to be out for a month. Here's the type of time I'm going to take off. This is what we need to do to cover me. Like, there's a major mission coming up where I'm not going to be accessible at all. So like, and they're like, okay, well, what do we need to do to prepare for this? How can we make sure that, you have success and we have success? And so, yeah. Leland says it's like Fight Club, excuse me, not Flight Club. You don't talk about Company X. Exactly. That's exactly right. I also love calling them Company X because y'all know what it is, right? I'm not pretending like saying Company X makes it a secret, but like it definitely conveys the idea that I can't talk about this. And hopefully it also conveys the idea that like when you ask these questions, I'm not going to answer them. I can't talk about them. And that's because I'm just not going to talk about them. Which is funny because saying that I can't talk about Company X, and here we are talking about Company X a whole lot, but I also haven't said anything about Company X a whole lot, right? Colton says, healthy in a better state, I gotta hit the right buttons. I apply to be Jamie's minion. That's a good point. My team is growing. I'm trying to call my team Vader inside of SpaceX. I'm desperately trying to make this a thing. And that is the Video, Audio, Development, and Engineering Resources team. Vader. It is absolutely a backronym. Like, I had to figure out how the heck to make Vader work. And I started with VA, like video, audio, or AV, audio, video. I was like, okay, well, what kind of like Sithy type things, like evils thing? I was like, oh, Vader. And then I'll be the director of Vader, so D Vader. So my team is hiring. We've got one job rec up now, and it is effectively for a video programmer or a video developer. And they basically have to have C++, C++ skills, some JavaScript stuff like Node, and, all that fun jazz. And, they're not really working on the engineering side of video, so not really baseband video. It's programming, it's coding, and it's developing automation for me, some cool internal tools that I want, or at least that I want to have upgraded, moving some tools and upgrading some tools that we already have. There's a lot of work. I can keep busy for years. And I'm really excited for this particular role. So if you go to SpaceX.com, if you're interested, if you're a programmer and you want to give it a shot, go to SpaceX.com/careers. Now, you do need to be ITAR EAR capable, meaning effectively you need to be a U.S. citizen. This is not a rule that I have. This is not a rule that SpaceX has. This is enforced on us due to the role that SpaceX has in the aerospace community. So, Deepal, hang on. So if you're interested, please go to SpaceX.com/careers. Like, we're looking for exceptional people, and a lot of people sell themselves short. Just give it a shot. The worst thing that can happen is we say no. So if you're interested, just go there and see what happens. I do enjoy this. Wouldn't it be Vader director? So Vader D. No, it's director of Vader. It's director, comma, Vader, or director of Vader. So D Vader. That's how that is, because you have to make the backronyms work. Come on. Rule number 1, make the backronym work. Yeah, so Alejandro, this is a slight misconception about me. I know everyone knows that I work on the live stream, and I do, but that is far from the only thing that I work on. I have a much broader role inside of the company. And so this particular position will mostly not be working on tools. There are a handful of tools that I need for the live stream, but mostly not live stream related stuff. So yeah. Oh, yeah. So here's the other thing. This is a really good point. Deepal Delvin says, I just went to the careers page. Does anyone want the position of Cook 3 in Hawthorne? Look, people, if you want to work for SpaceX, which we just talked about, it is one of the most exciting aerospace, no, it is the most exciting aerospace company on the planet right now, right? Doing some really amazing things. And everyone thinks, oh, I need to be an aerospace engineer. I need to understand how orbital mechanics works. I need to be a structures engineer or an avionics engineer or a propulsion engineer. And yeah, we need those. We absolutely need those too. But if you're not, if you're a great chef, if you're a great barista, if you're a great anything, we need great plumber, great electrician. If you're a great, just general contractor, we need all of those things. And pretty much all of those things are available on the careers page. Like, they're hiring for almost all of that. There are a lot of open recs right now. So if you're interested, head over to spacex.com/careers. I think you'll be surprised. You may find something that you fit into. Also, watch for my stuff. I have one rec open now. I expect to have more very, very soon. Jared says, you have no idea how important a cook is. This is very true, right? Like, put a little bit of thought behind this. Like, this is the thing that fuels the company. So this is the thing that fuels the thing that makes the fuel for the thing. How's that? Or a barista, yeah. Once again, the thing that fuels the thing that fuels the thing. Like, all of these roles are important. There isn't one role that's more or less important than another. You need all of these pieces moving seamlessly in order to create it, in order to make it the most compelling and amazing aerospace company on the planet. So truly, if you want to work at SpaceX, and you can from an eye to our ears standpoint, spacex.com/careers. Poke around there for a while. And also, a lot of people are like, oh, I don't meet all of these requirements. So what? So what? A couple of the applications I've got don't meet all of my requirements either. I can train them on the things that they don't know. Like, well, so, and actually, to be fair, they meet the hard requirements and they don't meet all the desirements. And that's fine. Like, we'll train you. Like, yeah. Food equals human propellant. Absolutely. Oh, this camera. Food equals human propellant. Oh yeah. So Nate says I'm gonna try for IT inside of SpaceX once out of college. Yeah, IT is hiring like mad right now. Lots of positions inside of IT. So that'll probably be pretty easy for you. Is there really? Mr. Huggy says they have an opening for cocktails person in Boca Chica. There's like a tiki thing that's open after working hours. I forget what it's called. Tiki Lounge. It has a name. I've actually never been able to go there. So I've been down to Starbase many times. And usually when I'm there, there's an event occurring, either internal, external, whatever's going on. There's some sort of major event. And I feel like I age 20 years every time I do one. They're very difficult and they're very exhausting, and they always invite me out to the tiki thing. But by that time, I've been working 16, 20 hours that day, and the only thing I want to do is go to sleep. And so I'm like, thank you so much, but I have to go to bed. So I have actually never been to the tiki bar. I've driven past the tiki bar. I was about to do an event in front of the tiki bar, so I've been there. I've like seen it, but I've never actually been to it. I moved the event away from the tiki bar for some reason. Why did I do that? Oh, people. We needed more people. Let's see here. What else we got? Are we winding down here? What are we looking at for, how long have I been going? I have no idea how long. 3:10. I've been going for about an hour. Not too bad. It is really warm in here. Yeah, so. Oh, Jared says, very hopeful for good tiki bars off-world. Yeah. Right? Like, off-world stuff has to be cool. You have to want to go there. You have to go, wow, that seems like a place I want to go to. And I know that certain people are gung-ho for Mars, and I get that, and Mars should totally be a destination. But the reason I am a moon first person is because I think we can make the moon a lot cooler than Mars a lot faster. And I think we can get a lot more people excited about human spaceflight by using the moon as a stepping point than Mars. It's not even a technological thing. It's an inspiration thing. You look up at the night sky, you can see the moon. You look up at the night sky, you know, I think a majority of people cannot point out where Mars is located. I think the moon is just more inspiring. Andy says, you know, I feel like in the past I was unhappy about visiting Boca Chica and even the police would not help me. Yeah, that's still a true statement. It's true to a point. I think, you know, when I'm in the middle of transition and I look, you know, you just don't look, you look, how do I word this? You know, you don't fit in socially when you're there, like in that, I'm trying to find a good picture here. I went back too far. Come on. When I look like, oh, actually, here's a fun picture. This, let me just validate the date here. Hang on. Yep. Okay. This is a fun picture. I don't know that I've shown anyone. This picture is me. This is April 2nd, 2019. This is me on my way out the door to go to the doctor to get my first hormone therapy pills, to get like approved for HRT and to start my HRT. So I'm scared because I'm not sure that they're going to, oh wow, I do have like a bend in my teeth there. Look at that. Look at that. So I'm a little bit scared and like, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, but this is me right after I come out. I haven't come out to the world yet. I've come out basically to my inner circles. So my family knows, my wife knows, and I know, and that's basically it at this point. And that was the last day that I had full testosterone coursing. Well, I thought that would be the last day I had full testosterone coursing through my veins. Turns out that's not true because when I did facial feminization surgery, I had to stop all of my hormones, which caused the T levels to spike. That was interesting. And then same thing with breast augmentation and body sculpting caused my T levels to spike. Very interesting on that one. Lots of fun. We'll say that. Let's see here. Yeah, kind of going backwards, a conversation. City lights on the moon. Absolutely. Wouldn't you be inspired if you looked up at the moon and you saw city lights? I mean, come on. I would. Nate says, and you know, me too. I'd love to go to the moon. It would be so cool. And I would love to go to the moon too, because you can go to the moon, vacation for a week, and come back, take like a 2-week vacation, play in microgravity, play basketball on the moon, and then be done with it and come back and enjoy the oceans of the earth. Right? I think that's a more compelling short-term thing than Mars is. I do think we can't do moon or Mars. It's moon and Mars. It's always moon and Mars. It's just that, like, I think the moon is the thing that's going to inspire people, and Mars is the thing that's going to have the staying power. But you can't ignore the moon and pretend like it's not a thing. Oh my. Nate says, can you imagine the trampoline parks on the moon? Oh yeah. Right? That's what we all want to do. We all want to see an Earthrise. Isn't that a thing we want to do? We want to jump on a trampoline, play basketball. We want to play sports on the moon, play golf, right? I hate golf. I'll play golf on the moon. Yeah. Listen, Alejandro, like, forget about lights on the moon. Imagine going there and looking back at Earth, seeing an Earthrise instead of a moonrise. Yeah, and also good point. Once you're on Mars, it's hard to do from Mars. Like, Mars is just a harder sail from an inspiration. You know, it's 9 months there, 6 to 9 months there. 6 to 9 months back. You're probably there for about a year. The Earth will be a spot in the sky, really hard to pick out. Like, it's not the same. It's not the same. This is a great comment from Jared. Baseball fields on the moon are going to be sarcastically large. I feel like that needs to be my quote in like Discord. You know how you have like a profile of like, you know, about me? I'm just going to say baseball fields on the moon are going to be sarcastically large. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, right. Yeah. Trampoline parks on the moon. Yes, please. Absolutely. I agree. Right. Everyone, here we are. Look at this. Everyone's getting excited about all these things. Lunar regolith. No, that sounds not good. No. Oh, that sounds painful. That's because remember, lunar regolith has not been sanded down like sand here on Earth. So that stuff is sharp. That is gonna start eating into your spacesuit like, ooh. Yeah. Hell, just don't let the baseball hit your helmet. Lots of, yeah, yeah. It's gonna be new sports. I think we're gonna develop new sports for the moon. It's gonna have to be. Jared is, both worlds are places I would go off-roading. Yeah, I can see that too. I think that would be fun on the moon and on Mars. The difference is, if you want to take an off-roading trip on the moon, that's a 2-week vacation time. And you want to take an off-roading trip on Mars, that's a 2-year vacation time. Right? It's just an easier sail for the moon. And most of the conversation that we're having here is like people getting inspired about things that you can do on the moon. Very few things in this list are Mars. That's not to say that Mars is not inspiring, but it is to say that it is easier to inspire with the moon than it is to inspire with Mars. And this is why I'm in the moon first camp. Not for any technical reasons, purely from an inspiration reason. Because you really like... Michael! I don't know why we're... Michael! There you go. Oh yeah, ISS did a great job. If you guys didn't see it, ISS did a synchronized swimming, I think it was, from a station in the Japanese module. It was cute. I liked it. It was pretty well done. It was super awkward, but in like the most awesome, spacey, awkward way possible. It was pretty awesome. Yeah, Ika says, if I'm going to Mars, I'm not coming back. And yeah, absolutely. I enjoyed indoor plumbing and air conditioning. So I'm not sure I'm going to enjoy Mars all that much. Like, I could do it for a short amount of time, but I don't know. Like, I'm going to miss the blue skies. I'm going to miss the beaches and the oceans. I'm going to miss being able to walk outside and not... being able to walk outside and not wear a mask is already really nice. Let alone a helmet. You know what I mean? Michael was excited to see me. Just got here. Excited to see me. Thank you very much, Michael. I appreciate it. Nate says, plumbing is real nice. You have a point. Yes, I do. Thank you. Let's see what else we got here. Dun, 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 dun. I need more coffee, but I think I let this all melt. See how horrible this is. That is not great. All right, hang on, everyone. I feel like I need to get something to drink. I've been talking for an hour with like nothing to drink. It takes a minute. And then the only problem is then you're going to get like even more mouth noise because I still don't have like filters for it. See, if I do this, well, then it sounds crappy, but at least you don't get mouth noise. What else we got? So we've talked transition. We've talked the moon. This is a good question. Gary Ann says, are you still planning on tomorrow's cities, science, etc. channels? I think right now the focus is to really get tomorrow's space back, really get it into a strong space. And and go from there. The goal was to get cities and science and all of them, like oceans, set up as a way to kind of funnel back into the main space show, and like, because all of them would somehow relate back to space. Even if it was a loose thread, it would relate back to space and get people excited about space. And that wasn't really happening. And so, since that's not happening, and it was a huge time suck, I just don't see it. I don't see it occurring anytime soon. Maybe if we come up with a really winning formula for space that can be replicated to science and cities, and we get people that are like really passionate about those things that can kind of take that and run with it without needing anything else. I think it's going to have to be kind of its own thing that sits on its, sits on its own, that uses the same core technology, but maybe we don't try to keep that thread of space through everything. Yeah, I think that's my thought process. Let's see here. We could talk Disney. Disney has new. Hang on, I am going to get something to drink really quick, and possibly like something to snack on. But ending thought. For those of you in Southern California, Disney has announced new annual passes, the Magic Keys program. Curious to know who's getting what key, if any at all, and what you think of the new program. So give me a second. I'll be right back. I just need like sustenance. So for those who don't know, Carrie Ann actually keeps a series of stuff in our green room for guests who pop over, and the person who eats the most of it is me. Let's see here. Let's see if I can get... Let's go to camera 2. Boop. Let's see if I can zoom in on camera 2 and get you guys a nice shot of this. Does the zoom control on the lens work? No. Okay. Oh, I know what I'll do. Hang on. We're going to do a spot right there. Yep. Winning. All right. So now, I'm just going to do this in preview so I can see it. Cool. So this is the drink that we get for, this is my favorite kind of like just general space drink for the studio. It's called Cosmic Stardust. And it's Alani. And you can get this at Target. It is 0 sugar, 10 calories, 0 sugar, 5 grams of carbs, which is 2% of your daily allotment, assuming 2,000 calories. And then like a bunch of vitamins, like 110% of B6, 110% of B12, 100% of biotin, so forth and so on. So actually a pretty decent drink all the way around, but 200 milligrams, if you can see it, I don't know, 200 milligrams of caffeine. So I will be drinking that. We've also got beef jerky. All right, this way. There we go. Beef jerky. So this, you hear, nom, right? You hear that in the microphone? Also, J. Michael says, remember if you go to the bathroom to turn off your mic. I mean, that's fair, but I'm not wearing the microphone. And then this guy, right? That's going to be crunchy on camera. There you go. So, yep. I need to remove the TD cam. So the thing is, if you look at, hang on, let's see if I can watch this. Aw, I broke it. Hang on. There you go. So that is the control panel I'm using to, let's unbreak this real quick, to like switch everything up. This is a Stream Deck, but it's using something called the Companion app that allows me to choose like which camera I want, right? So I programmed the different cameras, but I also programmed this button right here, which is the technical director camera. Like, this does me no good. Like, there's the empty control room, right? So, oh no, I can't get back to camera 1. Oops, I changed the page. That's why. There we go. So there's the control room, and then I can choose like camera 2. At least I thought I could choose camera 2. I have to actually see, I'm off by button, right? So I just press what I want, and it cuts to that camera. I really should. And then if I want to go to like the Zoom channel, yeah, you get it. And I'm using Zoom as a Apple TV repeater thing, or AirPlay. That's what I'm looking for. Alejandro said that's the perfect camera to subtly show the middle finger. That's hilarious. You know, I don't have lower thirds working on the system yet. I don't know why it won't render HTML, but really I'm kind of liking the full screen stuff, frankly. So I might just kind of leave it as that. Colton wants some jerky. It's decent. It's not expired, but it helps. Oh, the other fun thing with transition, at least for male to female, the Spiro, whatever the hell it is, the testosterone blocker, it also blocks my body's ability to properly absorb sodium. And so I crave salt to a disgusting degree. I will be at in Disneyland in Club 33, and they will bring me a little side plate, like this little plate like this big, no, more like that big, and they will have like salt in that camera, or that camera. I saw the word camera, and so I said camera, in that plate. And I would just like take my pinky, dip it in there, and just start licking the salt out of the plate. Last time they did that, I ate half the salt off the plate. Little dish. Oh, good eye. Says, wait, back up. New ring? So, sorry, I'm eating on camera. How rude. So, yeah. So this is our 20-year wedding anniversary ring. It's a eternity ring, so the diamonds go all the way around. It's kind of hard to, let me see if I can get it closer. Go like this, and then I wonder if I can I force the camera to autofocus? Yeah, so there you go. So it was a little bit tricky because, you know, I do have man hands, and this only goes up to a size 8. Carrie Ann has a matching ring, and so we have identical rings, and I really like it. I have to be a little bit careful when I'm at work because, you know, when I'm working in the racks and whatnot, I don't want to smash the diamonds against the rack. That would be one unit of not good. But yeah, and we got our 20-year wedding anniversary is last June 26th, so like 2 months ago, is that right? July, August. What is it? August? Yeah, August 8th. So a month and a half ago, we were married for 20 years, and these were their 20-year wedding things. We were going to. Sorry, let me finish this up. I'm trying to not be rude on camera, and yet here I am doing exactly that. Andy Law, me too. That is exactly what I think. Then I think Babylon 5. That's the next thing I think. Okay, so Kim is not wrong. Rule number 1 when working in racks, gloves. I'm an idiot though, and I don't wear gloves. I've smashed and destroyed more rings than I care to admit. So first off, my ring size is actually like 8.5. This ring only goes up to an 8. And so we were at the store, and they had ordered the rings for us. The version of this that comes in an 8.5 has smaller diamonds on it, but there are more of them that go all the way around. But it also costs a chunk less money. So we're like, okay, well, I can't have that ring. So, and we want these to match. So we'll get the smaller diamonds. So we get the new rings. We're like, okay, this might work, but like, it's just not as cool. It's not quite what we wanted. So we buy them. We're like, okay, well, these should work, but we'll see. We buy them. Good morning, Robert from Australia. Good morning, Robert. We're like, these should work. So we get them. It turns out both of our rings were too large. And so no matter what, they have to go back. And so Carrie-Ann has to go down half a size. I'm like, I might need to go down half a size as well. If I can go down half a size, that brings me down to 8. I think I can wear the bigger diamonds. And so I feel bad. We tell Drew, like, could you bring in the larger ones? They're like, well, there is only one left in the country of this larger one. Not in my size. There are a couple of my size, the 8s, but of Carrie-Ann's size of like 6.5 or whatever it ends up being. 6.5, I don't remember. And we're like, all right, yeah, bring it in. And we put them on and we're like, yeah, this is the one. It's twice as expensive, but like, this is 20 years. It's a big deal. And the reason it's a big deal is because not all transgender couples, or not all couples that have someone who transitions in the relationship stay together, which makes sense when you think about it, right? Not everyone is attracted to the same gender. Not everyone's attracted to transgender men and women. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, we all are attracted to what we're attracted to. But if your partner is changing, then, your partner's changing. It's not what you signed up for. It's not what, it's not, I don't want to say what you were promised, but it's a radical change from what you expected. And a lot of couples, unsurprisingly, don't survive. And I get it. And I don't judge either party for that one, because, sitting here from the role of the transgender woman, I understand how important it is to transition and how hard it is to make this go. And I can also understand and appreciate how much harder it is when you're just trying to be yourself and you're trying to be honest with your partner, and your partner completely and totally rejects you. And there are some really awful Reddit pages and tweets about exactly that, of, transgender men and women getting rejected by their partner in the most awful way possible. And it's difficult, because such a vulnerable thing for that transgender person to say. And yeah, your ancestor, and I do joke this, and Carrie-Ann hates it when I say this, but I say I'm in breach of contract. She disagrees. She says, look, I married the person, not the gender. Like, and I very much so appreciate that about her. Like, not everyone looks at it that way. And I try to put myself in her shoes. Like, if she transitioned to male and I was male and she transitioned to male, would I be okay with that? And that's how I describe it to other people. Is like, think about your partner. If they're suddenly the next day the same sex as you, are you still okay with that? And I think a lot of people will say no. I'm not sure what I would have said. Like, I probably would have tried. I would have tried to be supportive, but I think I would have struggled. And I don't know how Carrie-Ann does it, but she makes it look so easy. She makes it look like there's no struggle at all, and I don't understand how there's no struggle at all on her part. But if there is, she doesn't let me see it. And again, she's just absolutely, Michael says, your wife has always seemed like a great person. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Because this stuff is really hard, and I can only imagine how much harder it is for a transgender man or woman who does not have a supportive partner, because she has been the thing that has kept me like solid and on the path. And when things get really difficult, she helps me be like, that was a very loud truck. She helps me understand, like, no, there's an other end to this. Yeah, and she really does make it look easy. And when you go online and you try to search for transgender couples that stay together, or, positive transgender groups, there just aren't any. I can find plenty of examples of transgender couples, or I don't want to say transgender couples, that's wrong, of couples where someone in the couple transitioned and they broke up because of it. And it's usually bad, like a messy breakup. And so I consider myself very, very lucky. M says, your wife seems like she has a gentle soul. Yeah, absolutely. She's just a fantastic human. Yeah. Oh yeah. Babylon 5 says Himalayan pink salt is the bomb. J. Michael, uh, I'm so terrible with name. And J. Michael. We'll just say J. Michael. Yeah. So there's all of that. Oh, it's 77 degrees Fahrenheit in this room. I'm like, it's warm in here. It's because the HVAC doesn't work on this side. I gotta have him fix that. Let's see. Wonder how bad the tire is on my car right now. It's probably back down to 20 psi. I just need to be able to get it home. Once it's home. Here's the, okay. This is gonna sound pretentious, and I'm sorry, but like this is the place I'm in right now. So there are two of us, and we have 3 Teslas. Carrie Ann has a Model Y. I have a Model 3 that now has a flat tire that I can't get repaired until sometime like 2 weeks from now. And we also have a Model S. And I got the Model S after the Dragon, we did a Dragon reveal event where it was the very first time showing off Crew Dragon. It was in Hawthorne. I was working like 30 hours on, 4 hours off, 30 hours on, 4 hours off. And so I ended up getting pneumonia. I gave myself pneumonia from working way the heck too hard. And I can't sit idle. Like I've probably been sitting here spinning. I've been trying not to spin in my chair, but I probably have been. And so, yeah, so this is another story we're going to have to tell. Remind me to tell the 70 PSI and the tire incident. You know, I give myself pneumonia, but I can't sit idle. So I'm healing and I'm really drugged up. I'm just trying to like, you know, get over pneumonia, you know, not die. And so at that time I had been just kind of like configuring my dream Tesla. And so you go on Tesla.com and, you know, you put all your configurations in there because they used to change it quite a bit and like add options, remove options, but add, you know, combine packages, remove packages. So it was fun to kind of try once in a while. So I was on there, I put my dream Tesla together and like, oh, hey, by the way, just so you know, the deposit's gone from $10,000 to $5,000 if you want. I'm like, oh, in my drugged up state, I can do $5,000. Buy now. Here you go. Credit card off. Close the laptop. Go to sleep for 14 hours. Wake up. Carrie Ann still at work. Open up my laptop. Read my email. It's like email from Tesla. Congratulations on your new car. And I went, oh my God, what have I done? I did not pass this by Carrie Ann. I didn't think about the finances. Oh no. So then I text Carrie Ann. I'm like, hey, I might have bought a car. And like, as I'm typing car, she's like, what did you do? And then the best part is she's not like, can we afford this? No, she goes, what color is it? And what options did you get? I was like, oh, I guess we're keeping the Tesla. We did have to change one of the colors. She didn't like the piano black interior. So we changed that to there was a wooden interior that we got. She was right about that too. So there was that incident. So we have a Model S, but because I have the Model 3 Performance and she has the Model Y Performance, we drive those because we much prefer those over the S, the old 6 or 7-year-old S at this point. And so the S sits outside and it just slowly drains its battery. The 12-volt battery is dead, and now the main battery is dead as well. We cannot power this car on in order to put it into neutral to push it into our garage. So now I have 2 Teslas that I own that I cannot drive to work on Monday. Awesome. By the way, if anyone wants a Tesla Model S, I'll probably be selling it for cheap. It's got damage. That's the other thing. It got into an accident. That's why we replaced it. So the bumper's all banged up. The autopilot doesn't work correctly because it's screwed up the sensors on the back. The front 2 screens should probably be replaced. So I'm going to sell it for a pretty steep discount, but then you got to put some money into it to fix it. So I'll try to make it so it makes sense for someone. Okay. And then before we get into the magic key thoughts, the 70 PSI on the tire incident. So I don't remember why, but Carrie Ann we had a problem with one of the tires in the Model S. Very slow leak. Absurdly slow. And it was moderately new tires, and so I was just like, we'll just fill it with air. You know, once a week or once every couple of weeks, it'll be fine. And so I don't remember why, but Carrie Ann needed to fill it with air at one point. I think I was out on vacation or something, and I think I'd just flown back, And there's a group of us in the car. She was struggling to fill it with air, and she's telling the story of like, yeah, I couldn't get it to go. Like it was like however many bar on the thing, because you can switch it between bar and pounds per square inch in a bunch of different settings. And she's like, yeah, so I got it to like 30 bar or something, and we all went. I don't remember what she said, but we're like, wait, what number did you just say? And she's like, oh no, this whatever number. So we're like, So I swipe over on the Tesla, because you got a screen. You can just swipe over and see what the tire pressure is on each one of the cars. And so it's like, front passenger side 45, rear passenger side 45, rear driver's side 45, front driver's side 70 psi. And we all went, pull the car over now. We were like, your tire is going to explode. Pull this car over now. We got out of the car and we immediately just started letting air out of this tire to bring it back down to 45 psi. We were like, how did this not explode already? Oh my God. So that was the tire thing. Then back to, so this is like magic key thoughts. So this is a radical change in topic. Magic key thoughts. So Garion says, we were pass holders a few years ago. Probably won't. It's a 10-hour drive for us. Okay. I mean, that's fair. Although I feel like the price did kind of go down a little bit, but you also get a few less features. But like from when they killed the annual pass program, the passport program, to the new one, I think the top level magic key is actually like $200 less per year now. Yeah. Oh, Zig brings up an interesting point. A secret to a successful marriage is also to befriend a local jeweler who can size rings up and down for up and down over the years. Our fingers today are nowhere near the size we were wedding 30 plus years ago. Yeah, that's going to be a problem for us, because if you look at, let's see here, I gotta figure that out. If you look at this ring, you'd be like, how would they size that? Because the diamonds would like all fall off. And the answer is they cannot size this ring. Yep. So the moral of the story is don't get any thinner and don't get any fatter. I'm going to get thinner though. I want to lose 20 pounds. I want to get back to 170. I really like that weight for me. Jared says it's $170, this button, $107 a month for locals. Is that for, Jared, is that for the high-end pass, the ultimate key, the big key, the one that gets you in there any potential day? By the way, I basically called this. I didn't have any insider information, but I was like, look, if I'm Disney, I want the reservation system to stay, because as a business, now I know how many cast members I need in order to maintain the parks. So I'm not going to overschedule or underschedule. I'm not going to have to call people in really quickly when I've got too many people, and I'm not going to have to send people home. So I'm not going to be spending more or any less money than I need to in order to get whatever service I need. So I was basically like, look, I think it's going to be similar to what they had before, but the reservation system will remain effectively for the rest of our lives. I also think, my second theory is, I don't think FastPass is coming back. I think everything's going to move towards the, what do they call it? The thing they use for web slingers and for Rise of the Resistance is a virtual queue. I think they're going to move towards a virtual queue system for any attraction. Although I think there's going to be a slight model. I think it's going to be basically like FastPass, but a little bit different in that what they're going to do with the virtual queue, instead of having a return time, you're going to have a return group. And then they're going to call you back in the app. And the reason that's important, and the fundamental difference with FastPass is they couldn't really control, like they would give you that return window. That was a pretty large window, and so you could have like bursts of people showing up, which would screw up the times on the attraction line. Whereas with a virtual queue, assuming they don't do it assuming they do it similar to FastPass, kind of a hybrid between FastPass and the current virtual queue system, what they can do is they can say, okay, well, the attraction is down, so we're not going to call anyone back from the virtual queue group. But and then when the attraction's back up, they can call in just the queue, the number of people that they're comfortable with for the queue itself. And so they'll be able to better control the number of people going into the attraction. And I don't think it will impact the standby line nearly as badly as FastPass impacted the standby line. Or ideally, they just get rid of that system entirely, and it's just all standby line. I say that as a Club 33 member, where I still want to be able to bypass the whole line. I know that's selfish of me, but I don't care. I'm just going to be selfish. I'm allowed. I'm allowed. Yeah. Jason says, oops. Jason says, I missed 2 hours of fun. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can always go back. You can watch live now and then go back later. Has it been 2 hours? It's been like an hour and a half, right? Yeah, and Jared brings up a really good point. That's the virtual queue for Rise of the Resistance was often frustrating in how it worked during the day. And I think my gripe with the virtual queue for that attraction is no standby option is given. If I want to stand in a 10-hour line, I should be given the option to stand in a 10-hour line. If I want to virtual queue that thing so that I have a group, I should be given the option to virtual queue that thing. But let me choose. What's happening now is if I don't get in 60 seconds after the virtual queue opens, I'm not getting on the attraction. Now, to be fair, there's not a whole lot of throughput on that attraction, right? So, like, even with the virtual queue, you're still waiting a really long time, right? So I don't know that they can open it up to anyone else, but at least make it my choice. I'm eating beef jerky still. At least this is moderately quiet as opposed to the next one I'm going to move to that will not be quiet. Andy, it has been a delight to have you here, as always. It's 1:30, I assume, in the morning, wherever you're at. So thank you for sticking around for as long as you did. Always a delight. I hope you'll be able to come back for the live shows. Although, that's going to be pretty bad for you because it's going to be 7 p.m. our time, and it's currently 5:30 p.m. our time. So that might be a tricky one for you. But we'll see. Have a great night. And then Jared brings up about the Rise of the Resistance attraction. It would break down a lot. It is a complicated attraction. It is an amazing attraction. I love beef. It's the salt. I mean, but who doesn't like beef jerky? Jason says, so what will the replacement for the International Space Station look like in the future? Who says we have to replace them? I think the replacement to ISS is actually Gateway. That's the Lunar Gateway. I'm not sure that the International Space Station, a low Earth orbit space station, replacement is really in the cards. I think it's going to be Lunar Gateway, and that's about it. Alejandro, Starship messed up my sleep schedule. It's still, so I'm still up at 2:37 a.m. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, I'm glad you're here. Like, I'm glad that it messed up your sleep schedule in such a way that you get to visit us and join and, like, have a fun hangout today. Let's see here. By the way, do we have any, did we get any Disney nerds over here from, let me see if I've got, can I see a list of users? Not really, can I? Oh yeah, participants. Nope. Okay, fine. What else have we got? No, maybe I'm phasing out here. Maybe we're winding down. It has been 2.5 hours. Getting better at the startup process. Like, just so everyone knows, and I know I've said this every time, but like as a reminder, like all of these Jami's bits, they're kind of, I'm preparing to bring back the Tomorrow live show, so I'm looking for flaws in the setup. I'm looking for flaws in the start time, like what it takes to actually get the stream started, what it takes to get things going, so I can better figure out how to make these things go on Friday nights without too much effort up front. And so I'm getting better at it. Like the first Jamie's Bitch you saw, there was like the first 20 minutes of that episode was me dorking around with technology. This one was maybe only the first 5 minutes, maybe not even that. The goal needs to be 0 minutes, right? So I have to get this to a point where it's not doing anything. I will say that like one one of the things I'm going to do after I get back from surgery, because I'm saving all available funds for just in case something goes wrong during surgery. So I have just like, slush funds of cash to like take care of things. But after that, excuse me, I do want to upgrade all 3 of our studio cameras to the new Blackmagic studio cameras because those things look phenomenal. I'm beyond excited for those cameras. Other than the idea that I don't think there's any good MFT live broadcast glass out there, which I don't understand why. There could be. There could be. But there really isn't anything great. So other than that, so I'm actually not familiar with this. So let's see here. Lessenter Personal says, I would suggest you use the Aaron, whatever that is, live chat overlay. Well, the other thing to keep in mind is I don't use OBS. So let me just search for what you just mentioned. That's a Chrome. Oh, this is interesting. It's not OBS. Oh, this is amazing. But can I push things? Right? Because like right now I'm controlling what people are saying, which is really important for... it's really for a transgender woman, it's important to be able to moderate the comments that go on screen because not everyone likes to play nice in the chat room. Let's see here. I'm definitely going to look at this. I'm going to add this extension to my Chrome, and thank you very much for bringing it to my attention. I'm excited for this. I will give it a shot and see what it looks like. Ooh, there we go. Oh, hey, Jason Chambers brings up a good point. Miss those cam drinking days. I don't know if you're referencing me, but because we're moving the show to Friday nights Pacific time, here in the United States, one of the goals is to bring drinking. Like one of the things I've always wanted is like, it's a bunch of geeks, space geeks, just hanging out, having a drink, just a casual post-dinner cocktail, and just nerding out over space. And so I think we'll be able to like have it. I think my cocktail of choice will be a vodka martini, up dirty dry, and then like. Or even a temperance drink of sorts where it's like no alcohol if that's the mood we're in. I've also thought again, I put no effort into this whatsoever, but I loved the Hendrix sponsorship on Yuri's night. I thought they did just a phenomenal job with that and the way they integrated. And I was like, oh my, because they have Lunar Hendrix, that makes. I'm not a huge fan of doing sponsors in Tomorrow, but that one makes a ton of sense to me. But that's a future thing. That's a future thing. It says it resizes the chat window and so that might be pretty cool. I'll check it out. We do have our own internal system. So let me pop this out so y'all can see it. Let me go to that. So this is the internal chat system I've got. So you can actually see it's calling up all of the different things that you guys are saying, and I can press different buttons, right? So, so Kim's, yes, you can push different things into it. So I hit that red button and it actually rendered that on screen. You can see that rendered it with that particular background. And if Brian Simmons says, you can do this, blah, blah, blah. That's all built by Colton internally, right? So, it's a pretty cool system. And then what I don't have working right now because I broke the Casper CG system is if I go back to this, if I hit green, we'll do it, rip. It says, are you sure you want to do this? Because it's going to create a lower third. But it will actually would bring up on the bottom of the screen, it will animate on a lower third of that particular message, hold it based on the amount of time or the amount of characters that are up there, or hold it for a different duration as I understand it, and then we'll remove it. So we actually have quite a bit of capabilities already. It's pretty nice. Having said that, I always like looking at new systems. So I will definitely take a peek at this. I think, by the way, Colton says, lower thirds would, Discord. That is actually another cool thing, although this is currently broken. Our system is listening to YouTube and Discord, and it can listen to like a bunch of different things, right? So you can comment anywhere you want, and it will bring it in. The original idea behind that being, which was a flawed concept in my own brain, I'll let you know where my brain was and why I was thinking that, and I'll let you know why I was wrong. The idea I originally had was I want to broadcast tomorrow's shows on as many different live channels as possible. So, Colton says, push this one. That's pretty cool. So, that is Colton with with an image, right? So showcasing an image on, oh, actually put it in the background too. That is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Anyhow, yeah, I can see. So Jamie can see this comment in Discord. Yes, I can, but it's rendering it as the lower third template. So you can actually see the lower third template at the top of the screen, but it's not rendering it. So, like Jepif and Colt. So like you can see that's how it's supposed to render. But then when it's Discord, so that's a YouTube comment, but a Discord comment for whatever reason is rendering wrong, and it renders it as a lower third, but over the full screen background. So it doesn't matter. Like this is all stuff that's in development. So, yep, I can. Yes, everyone. Yes. So what if I start a comment in Discord and finish it on YouTube? Yes, I can see these things. Absolutely. And you can see on my screen, like they just kind of go down in line. What's actually kind of cool also is we can moderate all of this, right? So there are effectively 4 different colors here and a delete button. So I've got red, which pushes it on air, which is what you've seen me be doing. Then you've got blue. So I'm going to select blue, 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 right? Now what this has done is this has pushed it into a host's room. So if I head over to my host's room, you'll actually see these 3 objects were pushed. So what we can do is we can have moderators looking at the main channel and sorting through comments that they think are really interesting. And they can go, hey, you know what? This is an interesting comment and I want the host to see that. This is an interesting comment and I want the host to see that. Why is everyone going over to Discord? So forth and so on. Not watching the stream, so I'm very confused. That's hilarious. So, and now I go back over to my host room. And so as a host in the show, I'm maybe conducting an interview, I'm talking to Carrie Ann, or I'm talking to maybe an astronaut or whomever I'm talking to. What's in front of me, instead of being a raw consciousness of the internet, are just the comments that are relevant to what we're talking about. And it's a really powerful system because now as a host, I can focus on what the guest is saying. I can focus on what my other co-host is saying, and I can focus on what the internet is saying and not have to mentally sort through all 3. I'm kind of paying attention to all of these. And I know that's whatever's showing up in my chat room is going to be relevant to what I need to have on air. And so it makes it really, but it requires someone to moderate for me. But because this is all browser based, they don't have to be here in studio. They can be, as long as they've got a login with the moderator credentials, they could be anywhere in the world. There is an extension to this. Like this is the old system. You see my... Anyhow, this is my old system. So, or not my old system, Colt's old system. Whoa. I broke my computer. And it works fairly well, except that there are some stability issues from time to time, is a nice way to put that. He's working on a brand new system called Tomorrow Cosmo, which is chat on-screen management operations. It is a backronym, much like Vader. Yeah. So yeah, and he was working on this for years ago, prior to it being kind of a big deal, for all of these different YouTubers. But stability is key for this stuff, right? You can't sit here and like troubleshoot these things in the middle of a live stream. And the current chat system, well, to be fair, I have not had any. Well, you know what? I haven't had an issue with it for like a year, but then again, I haven't been on air for a year, so you might have it fixed, and I have no idea. Anyhow, Cosmos should get rid of a lot of the stability problems, hoping. Let's see here. What is Jared's? See, now everyone's talking in Discord now, just to mess with me. Thanks, everyone. Brian, you're not wrong. It ain't broke if you don't use it. Yep, absolutely, absolutely. Deepaw Dolphin is saying YouTube comments are showing up here first and then on YouTube itself. How on the earth does that work? Colton's magic. That's how that works. And Colton does bring up a good point. It did break only once on Tim in nearly 2 years. So, and again, we've been off the air for a long time, and my data is old, so it's not exactly fair to be saying that the system's unstable. Also, Tim's streams are radically larger than ours, and so if it can maintain Tim's streams, it can maintain our streams, no problem. I think my big thing, and probably Tim's right now, is not necessarily stability, although that is always paramount, but design and making the on-screen part of it a little bit sleeker and making the back-end management a little bit sleeker. But like, there's a plan for all of that. It's pretty cool. Oh man, and now everyone's like, all right, so now we've got TARS, which is the bot. Everyone's commenting now. Yeah, this is hilarious. In the medical world, in the medical devices area, it ain't broke if it is documented that it works that way. That's what Colton needs to do. He needs to document that, like, it'll break in these conditions. Yeah, and Colton brings up, part of the graphics is going to be ease of use and more easier integration. But here's the thing. I love playing with stuff, right? So I'm excited to get the new Blackmagic cameras so I can play with them. More specifically, I'm excited to get the camera control units. And what we're going to do is switch away from using baseband SDI on our cameras and move it over that Ethernet connection. So we'll actually pull Cat6A cable back to our main engineering room and send the 4K video. This is all done in 4K. Send the 4K, which doesn't matter. But again, this is my playground. This studio is my playground where I work with stuff before I bring it to Company X. So I played with 4K here long before I did anything with Company X because there were a lot of stumbling blocks that I ran into. And there's other stuff that I'm working on that I can't talk about that I play with here. So if you want to see what I'm going to do at Company X, come here because this is my playground for that stuff. And, I'll be frank, 90% of it never makes it. Never makes it because I'm like, this doesn't work. This doesn't make sense. This has too many problems. But 10% of it absolutely does. Absolutely. Yeah, so TARS, that's the other cool thing about this plugin is it does Twitch and Twitter. Oh yeah, that was right. The original vision was, scatterbrained. The shows were going to go to Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Ustream. There's a bunch of others. Like if it was a live streaming platform, we wanted to be live on that platform and we wanted to use this chat integration, be able to bring all of those rooms into so that our moderators could look at, could look at all of the different things and make decisions and then push those to the host. So no matter where you watched from, we could bring your comments into the show. And that sounded like a brilliant idea to me because then it doesn't matter if, like, maybe you're on Ustream, or not Ustream, maybe you're on Twitch, right? And if you're interested in space stuff, you'll stumble across us on Twitch as opposed to YouTube. So it seemed like a good idea. Here's why it was a complete and total failure and why you should not do that. And this is such a basic thing that I cannot believe I didn't think of, but I didn't. I thought that was a better idea, spreading the load between multiple sites. But what that ends up doing is unless you're absolutely ginormous, and by ginormous, I mean like 1 million concurrent viewers. I mean huge. Unless you're at that level or bigger, all you're doing is instead of having, we'll call it 1,000 concurrent viewers on YouTube, and then YouTube's algorithm going, oh, there are 1,000 people watching this. We should present it to more people because clearly there are people interested in this. Then you end up with like 100 concurrent viewers on YouTube and 100 concurrent viewers on Twitch and 100 concurrent viewers on Twitter. And you never cross the threshold that these algorithms are looking for to go, this is a popular event because you've spread your load across all of these different sites. That's problem one. And so you actually completely and totally decimate your viewership because the algorithm can never promote you from an SEO standpoint because it doesn't think you're popular. Right? So that's problem A. You need to focus on one area and just drive that home. It doesn't matter if it's Twitch or YouTube or wherever. Just pick one and drive on that. We picked YouTube. The second thing, because we're not gaming, right? So it's also like that's where we started. So we'll keep it there. I saw it. Did Tim Bailey have a? Oh, Tim Billy says, the mic seems like it's in my way. We'll come back to that. So The second problem with doing it that way is that we can see all of your comments across all of these different platforms, but you can't. And so one person would comment on Facebook, one person would comment on YouTube, and we'd be bringing these up on the screens, and people would be like, I didn't see that comment. Where's that conversation occurring? And so you would end up with like 5 different conversations going in 5 different areas that were really hard to track and follow. So it really, really did not make sense for us to make that go. So we said, okay, we're going to scrap that idea. It did not work. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to focus on one platform, and we're going to really drive home that one platform. And that platform is YouTube. So that brings up the second bit of like, Alejandro is like, when YouTube gaming though? I mean, nah. Yeah, and then there in Depod Dolphin, like there are other things you can do. There's a restream platform. You can actually do Teradata Core. There are a bunch of different things that you can do. None of them make sense. I've never actually found a way to make any of that work in your benefit. It all ends up working against you. And it seems like it should work on paper, but then as soon as you try to do it in practice, you're like, oh, it's so simple as to why this doesn't work. I can't believe I didn't see that. So we don't do that anymore. And anytime an organization comes to me like, oh, we need to stream on Facebook and on YouTube, I'm like, no, pick one. Pick Facebook or pick YouTube, but don't do both. Because if you do both, you're going to cut your audience in half, and you're going to become less important. You're going to be half as important on both platforms, and you are going to destroy your SEO. And no one ever believes me, and then they do it, and then exactly what I said happens, because I've learned this lesson multiple times. And now they got to learn that lesson because they didn't listen to the person who does this for a living. Yeah, Tim Bailey said, true. Oops. I've broken all over the things. True, we proved that for Usenet 2020. I did enjoy that moment too, because it was like, I basically predicted exactly what would happen, and it is precisely what happened. Anyhow. Yeah. So, and Tim Bailey, to your other question, actually, yeah. So Brian brings up a good point. This is the issue. Delta keeps moving the mic, right? So we've got Delta and we've got V, and Delta keeps banging on the bottom part of the mic. So I keep moving the mic back because it's like right on Delta. So I feel like this is a little bit better if I can hold up. There we go. So now I'm talking over it, and it's not. You get a better cleavage shot. You're welcome. But B, oh, now I got pops. That's not going to work. So, yeah. Yeah, and actually, Colton brings up another really good point. This all goes to the same thing, community-wise. You want the community to hold up the show a bit as well. With all of them spread out, you have no stable base to go from, and the community can't work off of each other. Absolutely. And that's the thing about tomorrow's shows. And the thing we've always wanted it to be is we want it to be a community-driven show, right? The thing that sets us apart from anyone else is A, we're live, and B, we're live for a reason. And the reason we're live is so that we can interact with you. It's not just a bunch of people talking back and forth. Look at how many times look at how often I go to this screen and talk to you guys. It's constant. Well, that's what the tomorrow shows are going to be and should be as well. But when you separate out the conversations, to Colton's point, there is no stable community. And so when you destabilize the community, the very soul of the thing that you're working off of, the whole show destabilizes. I get what I was thinking, and I was really excited about it. I thought it was going to be really powerful, and it ended up being a colossal mistake. And there are a couple of people, I think actually Jepif from back in the day was one of the people who was like, this is a terrible idea. There was another person who was like, this is a terrible idea. I don't know why you're doing this. And they were right, and I was wrong. Just straight up, that's how that was. But I had to learn my lesson the hard way and the expensive way. Tim Bailey says, I noticed nuance and sound, at least I assume he's talking to me, that most people will never notice. Yeah, I think, you know what, this goes, sound and voice and all of this, even, how I was talking earlier about transition where I say millimeters matter, right? Just a couple millimeters above the brow is going to be the difference of you gendering me as male versus you gendering me as female. A couple millimeters in the chin is the difference between you gendering me as male or female. This is more than a couple millimeters, but whatever. And so arguably millimeters matter. These little itty bitty details matter. And these little itty bitty details matter, especially with audio. And the reason, again, video is 80% audio. Audio is the most important part of video. Really focus on getting phenomenal audio and go from there. The other thing that I want to do, ow, cramp. The other thing I want to do for the tomorrow shows that I think is kind of important is move them away from a video-centric show and make them a conversation-centric show. Conversation with you, the community, conversation with guests and hosts and something like that. And the reason I want to do that is because then what I can do is turn it into an audio podcast, put it on your favorite podcast platforms, iTunes, Podcasts, Spotify, pick one. It doesn't matter. It's just an RSS feed, right? And then you download that, and on your way to or from work, you can just listen to the show. And you can participate in the show that way. You can consume the content as an audio-only format. And when you're only listening to it, and you have no visual context whatsoever, these little details add up. So I think this is going to be really important from the audio format of the show. And I got to get rid of these mouth noises, too. It's going to drive people crazy. Let me get this out of full screen. Let's see here. Enables, sorry, I'm a little bit late on this one, says, good evening. Well, good evening. Good morning and good afternoon, depending upon your area of the world. Yeah. Joseph Gruber, you are not wrong. I do wish the YouTube chat user interface, user experience was a bit more feature rich, though. I feel like that is the understatement of the century. Also, I wish that the API was a little bit stronger with regards to that so that we could bring things in. Yeah, and actually, here's Colton's on that exact same topic. I thought that the API was a pain in the butt to get all of their APIs and documentation for. Yep. Darren, oh, hi, Darren. Darren says, can't wait for the return to tomorrow. I can't wait for the Blackmagic CCUs to come out. Oh, I was talking about the Blackmagic stuff. So we're going to replace all 3 studio cameras with the new Blackmagic cameras. We're going to get rid of the SDI baseband. We're going to do 10 gig Ethernet from the camera back over to our main engineering room, and everything's going to run off of that one cable. And that is a predecessor for me to be able to test for other fly packs in other areas of my life to see how well these cameras will work, and can I find optics that I like. How stable is the 10 gig? I assume it's using 2110. I don't actually know. That is a video standard to move SDI into the IP realm. 2110, it could be 2022, 6 or 7. I know that this sounds like gibberish to most people, but it's a thing. So play with all of that. And then the other thing that it does, and the thing that I absolutely love, when you plug, there are 2 ports on the back that send video back to the camera. One is for control, and you can see the program video or whatever. But the second one, there's an HDMI port on the camera. That is normally an output port. So it outputs whatever the camera has, and it spits it out HDMI. But if you plug a source into the second channel, return channel on the CCU, it flips the HDMI port on the camera around. So it's now, well, it doesn't really flip it. It changes, because it doesn't become an input. But what it does is it changes the source. So instead of outputting the camera, now that HDMI port outputs what's coming from the camera control unit, which means I can run this into a teleprompter. So when Jared is doing news, or when whomever is in here doing news, we can actually do a 4-reelsies teleprompter driven from HDMI, or as I call it, Hitimi, on like a Prompter People teleprompter. And then we could also then, using the same setup, just route the program video so we know exactly where to look. But I think the most important feature on that camera, above the better sensor, above the 2110 system, above everything else, the tally light is bigger. I hate the tally lights on these cameras with a vile, cold, bitter passion. And the tally lights are much larger. So we will literally, the biggest difference is I will know where to look when a technical director switches the feeds. So anyhow, there you go. Enables asks if it's base T or optics. Yeah, it's copper. So it's 10 base T, 10 gig. So it'll be, I think, so Cat 6 cables should do it, but you might need to do Cat 6A. It is also PoE, but it's like 90 watt PoE. So that's PoE++. Sorry for hitting the mic. Yeah. J. Michael got that one. This is more than a few millimeters. Yeah, I said that. I was like, I wonder who's going to enjoy that statement. I mean, it is. It's like, it's hilarious seeing like old pictures of me before the breast surgery. Like, oh, there was something there, but no, there wasn't. I tried really hard, but I'm too old. Like, yeah. Oh, hey, Deepal, that's an interesting. I hadn't thought of that. Before I joined as a citizen, the Twitch channel had the After Darks available on demand for free. Cheeky workaround. You know, the thing with After Dark was it wasn't really a thing of like only paying people can get to it. That was never really its intent. It was really more of a like if you want to cheat the system, go ahead. I'm not going to make this super hard for you. But really, like, it's kind of a reward to make it easy for the people who did not want to cheat the system and wanted to help to support the show financially, because this is really expensive to run. And the thing that I'm not sure a lot of people have realized is we have basically stopped posting to Patreon, which means we've made no revenue for the last year off of Patreon and only off of YouTube. I think we're going to continue that moving forward. I think I'm getting rid of Patreon. I'm not pleased with how they've treated us over the years. I'm not pleased with them as a service provider. They've taken way too long to do even some basic features. Now, that's not to say that YouTube doesn't have its issues. It certainly does. But I think it was, yeah. Brian says it was one great drinking show. Well, the goal is to make that the main show now, right? So I think we're going to move everyone over to YouTube and to say, look, if you want to support the show, support it on YouTube. If you have a problem doing that on YouTube, that's okay. Like, support the show through a subscription or not a subscription, through a... yeah, like, you know, subscribing to the channel, like that's free, and liking the videos. That's very powerful to the algorithm as well. So like that's the thing that's going to keep us going moving forward. I don't see a future with us with Patreon. You know, I don't think splitting things up, making sure that's what I expect it to be. Oh, yeah. So those systems don't. So things like this, where it's like, none of these work for a show like ours, at least not right now. And the reason they don't work is we're too small, right? We've got 60,000 subscribers on YouTube. And in order for some of these other more advanced services to work, we need to add like a 0 to the end of that. Once we do that, we're large enough where, okay, we can start to spread the load. It will actually help us at that point, but we're not there yet. So once we get, you know, I think my goal for 2022 is to try to double the number of subscribers if we can, and get us to like 100,000. I think that would help us a lot from feeding the algorithm standpoint. I think more than anything else. Yeah. Oh, Leland worked in IT on Ethernet, so I'm not even going to begin to try to argue any of that with you. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to need Cat 6A cable to drive the cameras, but like we're not going that far, except that we're going to have a bit of EMI interference. I want to get the PoE, make sure that the PoE works. So it's like one cable that goes to the camera. The thing is I'm going to have to swap. I've got wall plates that have 2 SDI cables on them. So I'm just going to pull all of those back, and they're just going to have like one 10 gig E port on it, but all coax, no optical. Yeah, Jared says, I've been looking at my own channel stuff, and Patreon has done a fantastic job of turning me off from them. Yeah, little simple stuff. The big thing for me is security is a big deal to me, so I have 2-factor authentication on most all of my stuff, including my YouTube channel. So when I need to allow Jared or Ryan to have access to our YouTube channel, I can grant them that access through a manager's portal where they get access through their own account. So in the future, if something occurs, I can, as the admin of the channel, just be like, your access is revoked. Patreon does not offer that as a feature. If I want Jared or Ryan to have access to Patreon to be able to post stuff, I have to give them full access to the main administrative account, including the username and password. If I want 2-factor authentication enabled, they will have to ping me every time they want to log in to get the two-factor authentication code, which is super insecure when you think about it. So then Patreon came out with a service where they're like, hey, our larger accounts, you'll be able to, like, you'll give us a higher percentage, but you'll allow additional logins. I'm like, okay, yes, I want that larger account. I want, like, the thing holding me back from Patreon is your lack of security. If you give me the ability to have individual people with accounts that I can add or revoke access to, and they can have their own two-factor authentication that I can enforce, I am okay with that. Like, I'm better with that. And they're like, no, you don't qualify for this. I'm like, cool. Well, then you know what? I'm not going to give you my money. I'm done with you. Like, if you don't have security at the heart of what you do, I don't understand how I can be a part of what you're doing, because you are just asking for a catastrophic problem to happen with my users' account information. And I'm not comfortable with that, because if I'm guiding my users there, I'm responsible for that bit. And if you're so callous with security that you don't even think this stuff through, then I'm just not comfortable doing that. So, yeah. Hey, Mac, good to see you. It says, miss you, miss the crew. Reason I got to speak over 10 years ago. Well, it's nice to hear. Thank you very much. Let's see here. Robert says, I'm always surprised by the number of subscribers. Tomorrow deserves much more. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think that's mostly, if not entirely, my fault. Lack of advertising, lack of pushing for subscriptions, lack of consistent content, right? So those are kind of the important bits. So we're not feeding the algorithm like we need to feed the algorithm. Our thumbnails are not as strong as they need to be. Our titles are not as strong as they need to be. Rather than being SEO optimized titles, we kind of do fun titles. I think moving forward, what I need to do is have an idea in my head of, like, the first idea is going to be like, what does this thumbnail look like? The next is going to be, what is this title? And once I have those two things, now I have a show that I can produce. But until I have those two things, I don't have a show. So I think it had been, we built a show and then we backed into how do we build a thumbnail and title. I think we're going to reverse that process, because that thumbnail and title, the most important part of getting people to click on your video are those two things, bar none. 10 seconds of video, first 10 seconds of video matters a lot. But if they don't even click, I can't even give them those 10 seconds. I have to get them into the video, and that is done with the thumbnail and the title. And so what else have we got? Oh, actually, so yeah, it sounds like I will need Cat 6A even if they're not necessarily long runs. Yeah, and that's... so this is one of the interesting things. So the CEO of Blackmagic Design said that they were getting longer runs out of the Ethernet cable than they were with the SMPTE hybrid cables, which is a SMPTE hybrid cable is 2 fiber optic cables and 2 copper cables. And down the fiber optic line, you're sending your video back and forth, your comms, and your video, your audio, and your comms for return and everything. So everything's going back and forth from a video, from an IP standpoint. All your IP traffic is flowing over those fiber optic cables. However, those 2 copper cables are used to send power to the camera. And I have found that we can go about, at least we have spools of 1,000, is it 1,000 foot? Might be 500 foot. It's either 500,000 foot cable that we are able to power our cameras with and get video. And I have a hard time believing that I can get 1,000 feet of Cat 6A, get stable video and power. Maybe I can. Like, I have not run these cameras. It is a point-to-point connection. It doesn't go through a switch. Like, it requires point-to-point, as I understand it. Or I'm making assumptions, right? Because it's the back-end port on that thing. So maybe it can go through a switch. Well, if you can go through a switch, oh, that's an interesting point. Yeah, but then I'm still only, it doesn't matter. Okay, so I don't know. That just, I got to play with it. And this is, again, this is my playground, right? So this is why I'm going to bring them in here first, play with them. I'm going to have stacks, like spools of cable, and I'm going to keep adding like 100 feet at a time, and I'm going to see where these things break. I'm going to understand where I can use these in the field and like how much I can beat up on them. I also love on the new cameras, sorry, I'm video nerding out on you here. One of the things I love is that the screen is smaller, and that seems like it's counterproductive. Like, you would expect me to want a larger screen, except that the screens on these cameras are just too big. And the problem is, like, they're kind of hard to transport. With a smaller screen and with the like viewfinder, with the barn doors that close over it, that are just part of it's such a sleeker setup for transporting in the field. It's so much better. So Brian says, oh God, space for the guest. Hey, Mac, Jamie, Ben. You don't need to parentheses Ben. Like no one views me as Ben anymore, I don't think. Carrion and Space Vidcaster, who what got me interested in space back in 2004. Oh wow, 2004. No, not in 2004. Space Vidcast came around in 2008. So maybe 2014? I would buy that. Zig brings up a good point. Do I really need 1,000 feet in studio, or is this also recon for the day job? Absolutely recon for the day job. I need 100 feet in studio, and that is from camera all the way to the CCU on the other end, including the slack and like all of the bends it needs to take. It's 100 feet. So it's super easy. In studio for me, those new cameras are perfect. On paper, they're perfect. But I don't really need them here, right? Like the cameras I have are working just fine. I have SDI baseband wall plates. They work just fine. Like there's no reason for me to do it other than I want to see what the new sensor can do. I want to try some darker, scenes. I want to see what I can do from a glass standpoint, and I want to see what I can do from a CCU standpoint. I also want to see how the thermals are because, and if Darren, if you're still here, stop listening to this bit, but Blackmagic thermals are terrible. Like you have to do so much thermal management of Blackmagic gear in a rack. There are some times where some devices have airflow going this way and some devices have airflow going this way. So you have a cold intake pulling hot air in. So you have to understand now obviously it's not the same line, right? So if you have two CCUs, they're all going to have airflow going the same way. But if you have two CCUs going this way, maybe a Terranex Mini, it might have airflow going the opposite direction. Or actually a Terranex AV may have the airflow going the opposite direction. So yeah. Robert asks, how similar is the station to your work setup? Is it good to come in here and test? They're not super similar. They've got a lot, some of the core equipment is sort of the same. I think the similarities are very high level core concepts. And so I'm able to test out high level ideas. For example, I use Casper CG in both of them. And so I wanted to see, can I move to Ubuntu and get Casper CG working on Linux at Company X? And the answer is no. No, I cannot. It is not ready on Linux at all. It is absolutely hacked together. There is no way. But I tested that here. Actually, when you're going here, this is Linux that you're seeing on the screen right now, right? So it gives me a chance to try it out, fail miserably, which by the way, I have failed miserably on set here. None of my lower thirds work. Casper is throwing slews of error messages. It is unhappy. So yeah. Does the day job pass around a little money for this recon? Nope, not at all. In fact, it costs me money to do all of this stuff, so I will pay out of my own pocket for 3 new cameras. But it's important to me that I draw a line in the sand. So there's a direction of flow that is allowed and not allowed. I can take equipment from tomorrow and bring it to SpaceX for SpaceX to use. We don't charge SpaceX for that. If it's something that gets me something awesome, then great. SpaceX or Company X may use, it doesn't matter at this point. Company X can use my gear all they want. However, it can never go the other direction. I will never take equipment from Company X and bring it to tomorrow to use. Never, ever. Because that could be, I know, because I own this company, I know I'm not stealing my own gear. It's my gear, right? But they don't know what I'm doing with their gear. That makes sense? So it only ever goes one. Yeah. Only ever goes one direction. Enable says, I miss the Space Vidcast shuttle videos. Space Transportation System 133, STS, is my favorite. Yeah. And that is the secret sauce that I brought to Company X, right? I think it's really fun and interesting to watch some of the old Space Vidcast live shuttle launch coverage, and then watch some of the early telemetry overlays on on Company X stuff, and you can see where I was trying to take what I had done before and make it better, right? And you could see me doing it bit by bit, piece by piece. And the really interesting thing is we weren't here at that time, but you could see me doing it on Space Vidcast and tomorrow. You could see me trying something there, seeing how well I could get it to work. And then a while later, it took me a while, you could pop up at Company X. Again, if you want to see the future, the trick is figuring out, so a lot of it's behind the scenes, you're not going to notice it, but the trick is figuring out what I'm actually going to be able to bring over there versus not. For example, this probably isn't going to make it over there. Like the requirements for Company X are just very, very different, and there's nothing wrong with that. But like the core concepts might make it over there. Let's see here. Oh yeah, this was fun. So back in the day, back in the and this didn't make it anywhere other than Space Vidcast really. There was an OS 10 or a Mac OS, yeah, no, it was an OS 10 back in the day. It was a program called CamTwist, and it had a Quartz Composer plugin, and that is how we drove everything. And Rick Mann from Latency Zero wrote a Quartz Composer element that tied into Mission Clock. So, and then we could type in like when the event was happening, and NASA would publish in advance the mission parameters, and I think they did like every 30 seconds or every minute, like what the shuttle was going to do, and they gave us, max Q value. They gave us like G-forces, velocity, altitude, I forget what, and then we also had, there was a standard shuttle profile, so we knew like SSME was going to hit 104% and things like that. And so the plugin was built in such a way where we would synchronize it with the countdown clock, and then once we hit T0, this script would read this Excel file or whatever it was and would actually interpolate the data in between those 2 points and actually roll it up. So you were watching fake data, which was always my gripe, because it wasn't really real, but it was pretty darn close. And as far as I know, we were the only ones to ever do that. And it was part of how, like, I showed some people, I never showed the big man that particular project, but like part of how I helped to sell it internally. I'm like, look, we can do this, but better. Yeah. Yeah. Simulated, right? Like, it was pretty close. It wasn't exact, and the thing with any rocket is that it's going to make real-time decisions on its way uphill. So if it gets hit with a wind shear and it starts pushing it off course, those engines are going to gimbal over to try to push it back on course, and those things can impact a little bit its velocity or its timing, but usually only by a second or two. So assuming you don't have an engine out, right? If you have an engine out, all bets are off. Everything's off at that point, right? You're not making your timeline cues as expected. But like, yeah, Brian says, Space Vidcast out NASA. I would agree. I think that was some of the most advanced, and I feel like I'm patting myself on the back, but I think it was some of the most advanced launch coverage back in the day. And now when you look at Company X, I think it's some of the most advanced launch coverage available today. And if I didn't work at Company X, then tomorrow would be doing that launch coverage. And that's the thing that holds tomorrow back, right? Instead of doing that launch coverage here, I'm doing it there. So you look at the other people providing launch coverage, it would be very hard for them to compete with me if I brought that to the show here, if I had that grade, that level of launch coverage, but I can't bring that level of launch coverage here because I'm doing it there, right? It's got to be one or the other. And I much prefer have it there. Like, I'm not arguing. I'm just explaining why, I've inadvertently handcuffed myself and like kind of destroyed my own potential audience because of this. And I would do it over again in a heartbeat. It's worth every moment of it. Oh yeah, we did. We would actually go back after the fact, after the launch, and then look at what we did versus what the actual, because they would publish the real telemetry later. And we would look at how close we were. At first we were pretty close, but there were some corrections we could make, especially with like SSME thrust, because we would have like the engines would start and we would slowly ramp from like T-3 seconds to liftoff to, 0% to 104%. And so we'd show, it's kind of slowly ramping up over the course of like 4 seconds. But that's not what happens to the engines, right? They start up and within a second they're at full thrust, right? And they're at 100%, I believe. And then at 0 or something like that, I don't remember how it worked exactly, but it was like it would just immediately hit 100% and then kind of go up to 104%. And so there's a little bit of tweaking that we had to do in order to get that to be correct. Yeah, I did enjoy this when everyone started copying the work. That was a huge ego push for me. Because, the current, sorry, I'm going to eat these. I don't build the current graphics that are on the Company X website. So those are not mine. That is designed by someone else. I feed telemetry. I use my systems in order to drive them, but it's not my design. I did the original design. And if you look, that is the design that everyone copied. So Roscosmos copied it. Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut, even uses a very similar design right across the bottom, right? Even with the slashes, like it's obscenely similar to what I originally designed. Let's see here. There are a bunch of other companies. Some companies will just like take the original design and flip it on its side so it doesn't look like SpaceX, but you should never, if you are an orbital company, you should not have a vertical timeline. That's a terrible idea because you're giving the impression that altitude matters more than velocity. And that is exactly the impression you don't want to give. Like these little details matter. Millimeters matter, right? So, yeah, now it is a team, like there's a design team, and so I don't do the design work anymore. Like they all take care of that, but I do feed the system, like the telemetry in the system. Yeah, yeah, Rocket Lab. I mean, yeah, they're just one of them though. United Launch Alliance does it too. Everyone does it. That's fine. Like I'm flattered. Jared, if that's what I said, if I said altitude matters more than velocity, then I got that backwards. It's velocity matters more than altitude. Altitude. Look, you can reach orbit 1 foot above the ground. We all know this. Like, if you can maintain velocity, you'll orbit a foot above the ground. Altitude does not matter with orbit. Okay, cool. Yeah. Jared's like, no, I got that backwards. Cool. I'm like, altitude doesn't matter. Like, yeah, don't tell the suborbital people that, they're all fighting over the Kármán line. Yeah, none of that stuff matters. It doesn't matter. Velocity matters. Your speed matters. Also, this Kármán line debate is stupid. It's not 100 kilometers. There's not 80 kilometers either. If you're going to debate the Kármán line, it's a variable line. The line moves. That's how that works. So, like, you can't just say it's, oh, this is the marker, oh, this is the marker. It's a moving target. If you're going for, like, the top of the target, that's 100 kilometers. If you're going for kind of the average of the target, that's, 82 kilometers. If you're going for the bottom of the target, it's like 70 kilometers, 75, I forget, right? So, yeah, it's a stupid debate. Sorry, I'm eating. I do too, basically. You're an astronaut. You're an active astronaut if you went out there and did something. You're not if you didn't. So the interesting bit about that, it means that Sir Richard Branson should get his astronaut wings and Jeff Bezos should not, right? Because Jeff Bezos went up there as a passenger. Sir Richard Branson went up there to actually to evaluate the customer experience and to actually figure out, like, from a business standpoint, like how to improve that, on paper at least. So theoretically on paper, with all the hubbub that Blue Origin made over the Kármán line, completely irrelevant, it ends up that they didn't get anything and Virgin Galactic got it all, which I kind of love because I hate Blue Origin's PR with a vile, cold, bitter passion, which makes me, unfortunately, dislike Blue Origin a little bit. Even though I love their vision, like, bad PR just ruins it for me. Sorry, still eating. But Maja says they should be measuring it based on the air density reached. And that's effectively the Kármán line, which is the point in time at which a lifting body, the wings on an airplane, provide nothing. Like, they don't help you anymore. And the only thing keeping you up there is your forward velocity. That's effectively what the Kármán line is. And that's why it's a variable line, because our atmosphere density shifts and changes. And so the line has to shift and change with it. That's what the Kármán line is. And everyone's like, oh, it's 100 kilometers. Not 100 kilometers. It's not. There's a shifting, moving line. And chances are, like, I don't know where that line was when Virgin Galactic went up there, but they probably crossed it because they, on average, went over where that line would be, which was 80. I forget what the average line is, but it's 80 something. It's like low 80s, like 80 82.2 or 82.5. I don't remember what it is. But yeah. Yeah, and actually Maddie's like, yeah, Branson and Bezos, nothing. Wally Funk does. Yeah, yeah, absolutely she does. I mean, how? I think there's real. I do. So, once again, this is Blue Origin messing up their PR. They did a really cool thing with regards to Wally Funk, but then instead of focusing on that, they focused on Bezos and the Billionaires Club, and it all backlashed against them. And of course it did. Like, what were they thinking? They weren't. They're terrible at this. Like, they're just terrible at this. And it makes me sad because, again, I love the vision, but I hate the PR. Violently hate the PR. This is the moment where I realize I'm never getting a free trip on a Blue flight. I'm like, they're terrible. Fly me to space for free. I'm never getting hired by Blue. I don't think I could work there, frankly, because I'm like, these are all the really cool things I want to do to engage and inspire the community. And they'd be like, no, we don't want to engage and inspire. We want to piss off the community. That's our MO. Blue Origin makes passive-aggressive infographics. Yeah, not even based on truths either. Again, it's their marketing team not understanding how the actual science works. So the best part is their infographics were wrong. Like, it was just straight up wrong. They ruin, again, their PR ruins everything about Blue for me. I do need to feel, I feel like I want this to be a mute button, but it's not. I just got to move it away for now. Like that. This is a great comment, totally true. They try to like badmouth SpaceX, being like, it's too big and like very powerful. It's like, what are you guys thinking? They're not. They don't understand you know what it is? The problem is they're from the top down, it's like they're very old space with like a smattering of new space in there. And old space is consistently losing to new space. Consistently. And they can't get the old space DNA out of their system. And one of the big parts they've got old space still stuck in there is their PR department. They're not looking to inspire. I don't know what they're looking to do. And because they don't inspire, no one cares. And so they're looking to win these contracts and like, you know, other people are way more inspiring than they are, and they throw a hissy fit when they lose. Well, of course they lost. No one cares about them. And they've made it so that no one cares. They did this to themselves. Now, obviously, there's more to it. There's technical architecture, there's cost, there's all that fun jazz. But they miss on these points so badly. And, you know, they could have an army of people willing to, like, support them and get behind them and, like, really make some noise and make it cool and make it so that organizations want to work with them so that they're associated with the cool thing. But they don't. They do it the old space way. And so then they look like the grumpy old people down the street that no one wants to talk to. So no one wants to talk to them. And so they have no benefit from community to help them win these arguments. And so they don't. And they just don't. I'm getting spicy. Old space was introduced into their systems like a bad case of COVID. Yeah, and they can't get rid of it. Like it's ingrained into their DNA, and I don't see how they can get rid of it. I mean, not without a fundamental culture shift. And you know, yeah. This is a great quote. They have new space ambitions, but they want to do it in an old space way. And, you know, you can just see it in their coat of arms. Two tortoises climbing towards space slowly. And they're surprised that they don't get anything done, and they're surprised that they don't win any contracts. They're moving way too slow. They have no... You know, the worst part is I know engineers that work there, and they're all like, yeah. Yeah. Nope. Oh, wait. That's not what I meant to push, but that's true too. But like, here you go from Jared. they did management shakeup. Maybe that'll help. Only if they have to remove the cancer, and they can't, like, all of it. And that cancer is all their old space people. They got to get rid of them in full and move to a new space architecture. And just having a sub-working group of people that are focusing on like how to make New Shepard. I forget what the subgroup is working on, but one of the rockets. Maybe they're working on New Armstrong. Whatever. They need to. Yeah. They need to take a new approach, a new space approach to this stuff, and they can start. But so they can do a management shakeup all they want. They need to fire their entire PR team. That's where they start. Actually, you know what? Here's an interesting one. Oops. Tori Bruno heads up United Launch Alliance. United Launch Alliance, also old space. But you know what? They have better PR than Blue Origin. Right? You look at Tori Bruno. He's been on this show. He's a delightful individual. He changed my opinion of United Launch Alliance almost overnight. Like, how great is that? That's what they should have. And, J. Michael's saying, that carries ULA PR-wise. True. I think that's a bit true, but also, like, not entirely. Like, they actually try, and, they kind of try on their webcast, too. They do have a smattering of old space and new space, but that's who they are. That's what they're built on. So, excuse me. I don't think they can move to a new space architecture and not destroy themselves, which is very different than Blue Origin of what they're trying to be. Like, you have to be true to who you are. I don't know who Blue Origin is. Yeah. Yes. Both EULAs, so ULA's, cislunar economy, and Blue's, cislunar economy, which I think are based on the same thing, are brilliant. I love them. I think this is some of the most inspiring stuff to come out of space recently, but no one knows about this stuff. They don't promote it. Instead, what we hear about is going to Mars. This is more exciting. If they would just... Oh, yeah, I do like the sizing thing in Wales, too. That's fun. It's also like you can relate to it while at the same time not relating to it, which is also why I like it. I love that Aerospace uses stupid units of measurement. Like, how many bananas can you fit into it? Like, who, how, and why? Like, I can't relate to that, but it's fun. I'm sorry that my pretzels are making you thirsty, but they're making me thirsty too. Also, I'm hungry, so. Yep. Those words. Goodbye, Robert. I hope you had fun. Thank you for stopping by. I'm going back to these words. I think this is like, you see meaningful progress towards other destinations, but you don't see meaningful progress towards a cislunar economy, a place where humans are living and working in between the space, kind of between like the moon and Earth, right? Like that kind of last bit, like around the moon sort of thing. Yep. Enables, do I speak with Lauren Lyons? Not sure if you two knew each other. Yeah, I knew her. She was on the webcasts at Space, Company X. And so I worked with her on those. I've actually gone to Disney with her before. So, just kind of spare time. We're actually in a group chat about doing some other stuff, not space related. Having said that, most of that group I can't go to because they're doing it like in September. And I'm like, well, I'm having bits chopped off in September, so I'm out. Also, I love Tori too. He will respond to anyone on Twitter, and he's very human about it, which is another thing that I really appreciate about him. Is he's real about it, and yeah. This is another thing. Like, as a very non-ULA fan, oh, this got small. Non-ULA fan, but after Tori came on and interviewed, came around. I love that guy and wish him all. Yeah, I do too. I think that I forgot the CEO prior to Tori, but I think Tori really helped turn it around, at least from a PR perspective and from a like getting the community to care. And this is the other thing that I think Blue gets woefully wrong is they target mainstream media, and mainstream media doesn't know the first thing about this. And then you look at what X does, right? Elon took hours out of a day to do a tour with Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut. Tim is not mainstream media, right? But like, where's the tour with Blue and Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut? That would get so many views on YouTube, far more than anything mainstream can offer. Like, it would have lasting staying power, and you can get people actually excited about what you're doing, but they are so stuck up on these things that no longer matter. They're stuck in 20 years ago. It's not just that they're moving at the speed of a tortoise, it's that they're stuck in a tortoise from 20 years ago, right? Oh yeah, so I mean, and Deepak Dolphin, like being made fun of mainstream media. I can say the same thing when we were down at the KSC press site of Space Vidcast. And the amazing thing was, and the things that most people don't realize, Space Vidcast, with the exception of the last one or two flights, every other shuttle flight that we were down there for, we were either the first or second largest media entity on the site, larger than CNN and MSNBC combined sometimes. That's how many people were watching our channel. And the mainstream media was all like, oh, I'm like, yeah, but I have got more people watching my stuff, just this launch, than you do your entire news channel. You guys are clearly doing something wrong here. And it was just Carrie Ann and I just using spare equipment, right? Like, I've had studios for a while. This is what I do. So, yeah. And in better, yeah, Brian, you're not wrong. Like, and in better quality. Right? They were still standard definition at the time. We were broadcasting HD online interactive with telemetry on the screen. They were doing none of that, if they were covering it at all. And yet we were mocked constantly, not just by the mainstream media, but also by the Kennedy Space Center press corps, like the NASA people at KSC. They didn't want us there. We had to fight to get there. We had to go to the DC office and be like, hey guys, like they're telling us no. And the DC office was like, you're going to let these people in. And they made our lives not great because of it. They hated that we went around them, but they gave us no other options. Nah. So to be fair, Nate says, and NASA is still standard definition. They're not. So NASA TV originates in high definition, and some of their stuff actually even originates in 4K. If you're getting NASA in standard definition on like your cable box or DirecTV or wherever else, that is your service provider choosing to downscale it to standard definition. It is not NASA doing that. 100% of NASA programming, with the exception of a handful of cameras on station, are high definition. Oh, this is a good quote. Innovators are always mocked by the establishment, and I know where that's coming from. I bet you've had to experience that from time to time, but you're totally right. And they absolutely like the thing that drove me crazy about with NASA, specifically Kennedy Space Center, because obviously HQ was on board. They're like, yeah, whatever you need. This sounds awesome. And KSC was like, no, rockets are serious business for serious people only. And so. It was really a struggle for us to get the tools we needed to broadcast live from Kennedy Space Center. We actually had to go around KSC to do things. They threw up every roadblock they could think of. It's not like that anymore. They figured it out. And not because of us, frankly, because of the DC office. They're like, okay, we're going to do tweet ups. And they're like, oh, this is stupid. And then they realized how wildly popular they were and how many people were tweeting about it, how much, news in how it got people excited about NASA again. And they went, oh, because when people are excited about NASA, suddenly we can ask for more money. Right. And then, Johnny Spacer says NASA TV's been improving. Well, that money helps, right? It helps them move to 4K. Helps them do things that matter. Let's see here. Jay Michael says, Blue is stuck 20 years ago plus on the wrong track. I'm not sure they're on the wrong track. I'm not. So again, I fundamentally disagree with their PR, but I think their vision is a good one. That cislunar economy is a big deal. I think there's something to be said there, but they don't like you. Their PR doesn't like you talking about cislunar economy. So we're not going to talk about that. So instead, we're going to talk about Blue doing suborbital space flight for billionaires. That's what they want you to talk about, right? That's what they're trying to get out there. So if you're a billionaire, you can fly in a Blue rocket. That's their vision. Thanks, Blue PR. Man. Let's see here. Actually, hashtag Ask NASA. I do like that. At least they have, at least you can ask them stuff, and they legitimately. I can say with a level of certainty because I've watched this happen. They are going to this hashtag and monitoring this and bringing these questions in on air. If you watch the DM2 Crew 1, Crew 2 launch coverage, you've got NASA and SpaceX integrated. They are directly, although I think the hashtag changed for Crew 2, but for Crew 1 and DM2, they were absolutely monitoring Ask NASA, and really great questions were making it to air. And some of them were questions that aren't necessarily super comfortable for them either. Not all of them, right? But, yeah. Less than 10% of billionaires care. Yes, but that's Blue's target audience for the PR team right now, so that's what we're going to talk about. Let's not talk about their actual decent vision that people can get behind. Let's not talk about the thing that can get people inspired. No. Let's talk about their billionaires' plan. Jeff needs to revamp Blue big time. Yeah, I think what really needs to happen is he just needs to step in as CEO. You don't actually have to be... You don't have to understand all the rocket science and everything behind it. You just have to understand business and how all of that works. And I think he would do a much better job. Interesting comment. This is going to be too small. Blue's PR is telling you they're building the road to space by showing you billionaires going 105 kilometers up and back. That looks to me more like an alley rather than a road. Again, Blue doesn't get it. Oh, that's true. You know what? Johnny Spacer, you're absolutely right. Jeff does have an engineering degree. I want to say he has a couple, doesn't he? Mechanical and, was it electrical? I don't remember what degree or degrees he has. But the thing is, you don't have to fully understand aerospace for this. He's got a brain that would be able to, I think he could wrap his brain around this and make things happen. Here's the interesting thing. They weren't flying New Shepard for much of anything other than test flights. And then they were, I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like Jeff was like, no, seriously, we need to fly a human. What the hell? I'm going up on this next flight. And all of a sudden, step to it, off you go, here we go. Now he's up on a flight, right? It went from nothing to here we go, humans in space. And it felt like overnight. Maybe I've got that situation completely and totally wrong, but it felt like they were not motivated to do anything until he stepped in and made them motivated to do something. He needs to consistently do that on a regular basis if they want to do their actual vision, which is not billionaires in space. But we don't talk about their actual vision because their PR doesn't want us to do that. Yeah, and Joseph, felt like overnight, but completely wrong. Now, to get there was not overnight. I get that part. It definitely wasn't. But I feel like the plan to send him up and everything else was done very quickly. I think it was part of the apogee measuring contest between them and Virgin. And I think that they moved with great speed. So I'm not sure I agree with this comment, which is Jeff doesn't really understand engineering. He stepped away from it too much. Do you ever stop and just understanding engineering, right? You may not understand the finite details and you may not be up on the latest trends for whatever field you're in because that all definitely changes, but there's an engineering mindset that doesn't change. And I feel like if you've got an engineer's brain, you still have an engineer's brain. And at that point, it's just learning new things, like catching up with the industry. And that's just learning. That's not hard. Anyone can do that. So I'm not sure that actually matters that much. Joseph, don't bite your tongue. Come on, let's go. Let's go. If I'm wrong, like bring it on. Absolutely. Like lay it on me. I'm more than happy to be wrong. I hope I am, because I actually want them to succeed. I want their PR to fail, but I want them to succeed. Oh yeah, Johnny, this is absolute. Amazon is a huge engineering problem called supply chain management, which is super duper hard, right? Understood. So, understood, Joseph. I won't push any further, but yeah, I'll just leave it there. Hopefully, I'm not too far off base. Hopefully, I'm not like insulting you or anything else, and I can stand down if I am. But like that's at a minimum, that's how it looks to me. Whether that's how it is or isn't, that's what it feels like. Thoughts on the new FAA rules for calling someone an astronaut if they're blue? You know, I think this is all premature. And frankly, what's it matter, right? Like, where, why? When you fly on an airplane, you're not like, you don't get anything when you're flying an airplane. I guess the pilots get a pilot. I don't know. I don't know. I guess I'm not big into trophies and awards and things like that. Title, like, that's just not a thing that I follow. Oh, yeah. I think Ziggs got it. Been retired for 5 years, and I still think in terms of risk assessment, probabilities, and costs and plans. Engineering takes over your brain forever. It totally does. And again, while you may not be up on the latest trends for whatever field you're working in and the latest doodads and things in technical terms, there's just a mentality that you get into that doesn't go away. Adam. Okay, so I don't dislike this mic stand. I get the problem with the mic stand is not the mic stand, it's the boobs, right? So in order to get this to work about where I want it to, it keeps hitting delta right here. It doesn't really hit V, but like it hits delta. And so a couple of things. One, when I'm eating, I don't have a mute switch. There is a mute button on the X2P, but it doesn't mute my input at all. So it's actually pressed and doesn't do anything. So I have to actually do this so you guys can't hear me chewing. By the way, you're welcome for doing that. And then like, as I'm talking, like, and I lean forward, the breasticles hit it, and like, that's not good. And so then I've been kind of moving it back and forth to try to find a position where it works. But you know, you're not getting a lot of noise transference into the microphone. You're not hearing when delta hits it. So I feel like the microphone stand is actually doing its job. Yeah, y'all enjoyed it when I said breasticles. Yeah. Maddie says, is too small. Is Bezos actually the mastermind behind the engineering accomplishments at Amazon? You know, it doesn't matter, because even if it's someone else who's working on a lot of those engineering things, the fact that he's willing to listen to that shows, again, kind of that right mindset. So, and there was definitely, I have to believe there was a point in time when he was in charge and listening to the correct data from the correct people. That all goes towards engineering mindset. It's all part of the same bucket. So whether or not it's all his idea is kind of irrelevant. It's knowing who to listen to and when to listen to, and like understanding all of these things, all these pieces, and how they fit together. I'm not trying to say like he's this huge engineering mastermind. I'm saying that if they want to turn blue around, they need to get rid of the upper tier of everything at blue and replace it with something else. And maybe that's Jeff, maybe that's not, but it's not what they've got today. Someone needs to invent a visible mic. You know, we have the lapel mics. I like our wireless microphone system is quite impressive. I feel like the blings are actually making it on. Let me see if this is, there we go. We have a Shure Axient wireless system with all sorts of amazing bells and whistles. All right, hang on. Let me. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Sing a lullaby to yourselves. All right. Hopefully that. So, everyone's. Yeah. What lullabies did you all sing? I'll go to that one. Little music notes. What about a microphone that's mounted in the front of the table? We actually tried that. There was actually a Jamie's Bits where I was moving this microphone all around, looking for interesting places to go. And part of the issue is that, like right now I'm framed up on this camera so you can see the screen so I can talk to the comments. You know, I can go full screen, whatever I want to do. But we have to account for this camera, which is pointed in the wrong place now, and this camera. I'm going to have another host sitting over there, and when the arms are like in the front, they whip into, like when I turn, it becomes really difficult to talk to the other person. One of the things I am considering doing is instead of the arm, just doing a simple table mount, right? Just a little, like 3 or 4 legs, little thing, and then this just sits like right in front of me. But there is something nice about being able to just kind of, you know, do this and then do this again so that I can kind of, you know, yeah. Is my whole studio Dante? Yes, it is. The Axients come out Dante. All of this, you can see, this is all this is a RedNet 2XP. It's going into the X32 as Dante. We use Audinate's VIA application as well as Dante Virtual Sound Card on a couple different computers, and we've got a what is the little dongle they've got? What do they call that? The Avio, I think it is, that goes into the switcher. So it takes the Dante and turns it back to analog. Nate, yeah, Nate asks, Nate says, Dante? Dante is an audio protocol, digital audio protocol. It's audio over IP. There are a couple different competing formats. The 3 big ones right now are Dante, which is what we're using, AES-67, and AVB. AVB will never catch on in its current form because AVB requires specialized switches, so you can't just plug it into any network. You have to have a special AVB switch. It requires a boatload of licensing, and it's a colossally huge pain in the butt. But from a technical perspective, it's the best of the 3. It is rock solid stable. The clock is always correct because in audio, clocking is very important. And once you've got it going, it basically just works. Dante is nice because it will work on any switch. So I'm just using Ubiquiti switches. I've got one on the floor. I don't have any cameras pointed at, but I've got one on the floor providing PoE to the devices up on the desk. We've got one back in engineering that also provides PoE to all the different devices here. It's flowing Dante. It does not support AVB in any way, shape, or form. But it does support Dante, and it supports AES-67. Now, AES-67 is basically the open broadcast standard for Dante. So it's like Dante, but slower, but like 2 generations less feature rich, if I were to describe that. So technically, Dante is interoperable with AES-67, but like, why would I use that? Now, the other thing that Dante can do, we've been talking about cameras, and I use the numbers 2110. So just like Dante is an audio over IP protocol, SMPTE, which is a Society of Motion Picture and Television Engineers, SMPTE 2110, so the SMPTE ST2110 spec is basically serial digital video, SDI, over IP, so video over IP. Uncompressed, no compromises. And if you do a ST2110 workflow, you can integrate it into a Dante workflow that can actually speak, and you can embed and de-embed audio between the two if you are doing like full 2110 routing. There are also a couple different specs, SMPTE 2022-6 and 2022-7, which relate to moving a video between, I'm not getting into it, but different video over IP things. Hang the microphone from the ceiling. Let's get ready to rumble. You don't like it bouncing? It's bouncing because it's hitting the boob. That's boob bounce that's happening. Adam Voorhees. Does it have as many clocking issues as NDI? You'll note I don't run NDI anywhere. Nowhere in my studios do I run NDI. NDI does not make sense to me. It is all of the wrong compromises, and I can't fathom why I would use it. I don't use it at Company X. I don't use it at Tomorrow. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's high latency, low quality, high cost. Well, medium cost, not high cost. Like high cost would be like Grass Valley stuff, and right. Yeah, SDI for live. Now here's the thing. Video will move to IP someday. That's just going to be how it works. Just as I don't have an analog audio patch bay. Why would I? That's stupid. It makes way more sense for me to run a digital audio system in the form of Dante. The thing is, Dante just kind of works, and I'm not compromising my audio quality, and I'm not really compromising my latency. I am compromising like 1 millisecond, but go ahead and perceive 1 millisecond. Good luck with that, right? Whereas with video, NDI compromises latency. You're so far behind real time. You can definitely tell. It definitely compromises quality. It is super touchy. Like, it's very fragile. But it is nice because you get it on a network, and so you can run it that way. So it does make some setup stuff a little bit easier, right? Running an Ethernet cable can be easier than running SDI cables. But I think that the Blackmagic way of doing it with it, this is why I'm so excited for the new studio cameras, because I see what they're doing with their studio cameras, and I just hope that they take this concept and run. Because 2110 doesn't make a whole lot of sense right now when you try to use it like most broadcasters use it, which is a replacement. They try to use it like Dante, where they flow all of their video into a network switch and then back out, and they try to do all their routing inside of a 2110 realm. Well, that's also stupid, because I can do more in the SDI baseband CWDM realm with fiber than I can with 2110 for a lot less money on a much more stable system, and I can move it way further than I can with 2110. So 2110 brings me nothing, and I can still use the same single mode fiber optic cables. I realize I'm nerding out, and a lot of people may not be tracking, but whatever. Let me get through this, and we'll move back to something else that's less technical. So it doesn't make sense, except that the way Blackmagic is doing it, they're like, no, let's not do any of this routing stuff. This doesn't make sense yet, because you don't have 100 gig single cable SFPs that cost $100. These things cost like $30,000 or $20,000, whatever they are, for over a single cable that don't do CWDM. So SDI, Serial Digital Interface, and you've got, because someone said Strategic Defense Initiative. No, you've got different formats of SDI. Serial Digital Interface is a standard in the video industry. It runs your video over a coax cable. Right, so this screen is running SDI to the screen, and there's an SDI to HDMI converter on the back of the screen that converts it to go back into the screen, so I can drive it from my switcher. Most broadcast television uses SDI, so when you're watching your local news, that's an SDI switcher. When you're watching your satellite TV, that's probably going through some sort of SDI router somewhere at some master control office uplink suite, right? SDI is the primary way of moving video for most broadcasters. SMPTE ST2110 is taking SDI and moving it into IP. There are multiple versions of SDI. We won't get into that. I've lost my train of thought now. Maybe I should just move back on to transition-y stuff. Anyhow, the way Blackmagic is doing it is point-to-point. They're not doing it through a router. They're basically saying, here's a camera control unit. There's your camera. Plug this cable in between the two. You don't care that we're using SMPTE 2110. All you care is that we have this Ethernet cable connecting these two devices. That's all you need. You just need an Ethernet cable. And trying to use SMPTE hybrid cable in the field, when you have a problem, it's so awful. It's so awful. SMPTE hybrid cable is awful. If your cable fails, you cannot rebuild it in the field. If you've got a Cat 6A cable that fails, recrimp it. Right? Super simple. Just slam a switch in there. Super simple. Now, You might be able to use the switch with the cameras, but it looks like it's a point-to-point system, so that may not work out of the box. But whatever, you get the idea. Yeah, I lost my point. So let's go back to let's see here. Yeah. How long will my recovery be for my upcoming surgery? So my upcoming surgery is bottom surgery. That is basically, we're chopping off the boy. Karen hates it when I say this because this isn't exactly true, but I'm taking the boy bits and I'm turning them into girl bits. And when it's all said and done, if I were completely naked in front of you, and you didn't know that I was a transgender woman, you probably wouldn't know that I was a transgender woman. I will have to, other than my voice, I will have to effectively told you that I had transitioned because it will look all natural and correct, which is pretty cool, actually. Really excited for that. But as you can imagine, that is an intense recovery process. I think it sounds like the most intense surgery is facial feminization surgery, which I've already gone through, and it was pretty intense. For the recovery on bottom surgery, yeah, put my thing down, flip it and reverse it. They're pretty. It's in fact it's called inversion. Exactly, that's exactly right. And part of it is, they cut out the testosterone generating devices, right? And then they reuse all of that skin and they just put it in the correct areas because there's different types of skin in that area, and it serves different purposes. And so that's exactly what they do. They just put it where it would be in a cis woman's, for the most part. Like, they can't do it exactly, but it is really close. So the question is, like, what does that recovery process look like? So so I go into surgery on Tuesday, and I'm not released from the hospital until Friday. I will, when I go in, so I go in through surgery, and then when I come out of surgery, I'll have a catheter. I will keep that catheter until that following Monday, which means I will be released from the hospital and I will still have my catheter in, and I'll be holding my pee bag, I guess. So that part, they just need to make sure that everything's going correctly. Then I move to a bed and breakfast that's in a different city that's much closer to the doctor's office, so it's not nearly as long of a drive. And then I've got 2 more appointments, I believe. One is that Monday where they're going to unpack everything. So that whole area will be gauzed and packed up and, frankly, an absolute mess. It's going to look like a disaster zone for a while. It's not going to look like it's supposed to. It's going to look like I got maimed by a bear, pretty much. Like, it's going to be bad. So that Monday, the packing comes out, so the gauze and whatnot comes out, and the catheter comes out as well. And I'm not allowed to leave until I can pee properly. They need to get that system working again, because apparently when a catheter is in there for that long, like, that muscle is very, very weak, and it struggles to, like, resume. And they don't want to have, I forget what it's called, but there's something where, like, things fail. Zig says there will be some bruising. So much more than bruising. It's, I'll be graphic. It's going to be a bloody mess for a while. So that's that Monday. And then I go back in on Wednesday it might be Thursday, for another checkup. During that time, I'm going to be mostly bedridden. Like, they want me to get up and move around, much like with facial feminization surgery. They want you actively moving. They want blood flowing through your body. They want oxygen flow, but at the same time, like, you got to move slowly and carefully because you don't want any of those stitches to rip open or things to break. And then I think it's either that Monday or Wednesday where they first teach me how to do that dilation process I was talking about earlier, where you stick something in, you have to stick it in for a certain distance, and you have to slowly build up during that process to larger and larger sizes. And, like, what that whole process looks like and how to make that all go. And apparently that is not pleasant. So I'm not looking forward to that, but it's part of the process. Then about not quite 2 weeks after surgery, I should be released and able to fly back to California, because this is not in California. So I should be able to fly back home. At that point, I'm going to be on a dilation schedule of, once every 4 hours or so. That's a bit aggressive to try to do while going into the office. So for the next few weeks at a minimum, I'll be working from home, probably part-time. And I'll, if it's anything like face surgery it was, I had face surgery on a Tuesday. Wednesday was kind of bad. It was really painful, but like I got through it. Thursday was quite a bit worse. Like, yeah, that was pretty bad. My eyes started swelling shut. Friday, my eyes were nearly swollen shut. It was very difficult to breathe. The lizard part of my brain was starting to kick in, and I'm panicking. Like, I don't know if I can if this gets much worse, I don't know what I'm going to be able to do. I might literally not be able to see, which is a terrifying thought. Saturday, 50% better overnight. Like, it got worse. It was like, it did this and then just went really quickly. And all of a sudden I was able to like eat food. I mean, not a lot of food, but like I was actually able to consume eggs as opposed to like broth. I actually had my appetite back. I was able to speak again. Like, it was like, I was able to sort of human. Sunday came around, another 50% better, like just radical improvement. And before you know it, I was eating like regular-esque food. So I think it's going to be somewhat similar. So I think, with bottom surgery, that Wednesday, I'm going to feel kind of bad. Thursday is going to be worse. Friday is probably going to be the absolute worst, if not Saturday, just like horrifically bad. And then it will slowly start to get better. It's going to take, by the time 3 months are done. So within 3 months, I'll be healed enough where there will be visible scars, but it won't look like a disaster zone, right? It won't look like I've been mauled by a bear, but it won't look correct yet either. Within 6 months, we should be at a point where the scars are starting to fade. It looks about like it's going to look like we're in a pretty good place, and it's about 12 months for full healing. However, a majority of the of the healing and like the initial like out of office process is within like the first month or two. And yeah, Joseph, amazing how our bodies are able to adapt. Absolutely. Johnny Spacer, I had a vasectomy and I was black and blue for nearly a week. I had something similar, right? So for bottom surgery, they're reusing all of that material, right? They're reusing the skin and they're basically flipping it around. Well, you don't want hair in there, right? And so, remember how I said laser is not permanent? So my doctor requires effectively electrolysis on those bits. Actually, she does allow for laser, but she recommends electrolysis, which is fair. And so I want it to be as good as possible. So I have had, you saw that picture. Let me go back to it. Stand by. Did I close it? No, I'm just an idiot. Here it is. Let's see here. That is going to be here. Give me a moment. I got aftermath pictures. I really want to show what this is actually like. Sorry, give me a second. It'll be mostly worth it. I'm going to paint you a visual picture that you're going to all cringe with. Huh. This is super engaging, fascinating. Also, I'm going to show you this picture really quickly here. Hang on. I just love this picture. Where is it? It's here. Ugh. Wow, you're really far behind real time. Isn't that amazing? That's a real dude. Like, we saw him at a wedding. How incredible is that guy? Let me put that up on preview so I can see how far latent this is. This is Mac 1.1. Cool. Oh, wow, that is really latent. Okay, let's get back out of this. Let's see here. Oh, I love those pictures. Yep, I'm on low power. Yep. Sorry, I know. I'm actually losing my train of thought that this is because this is taking so long. Here we go. Cool. All right, now I just have to wait for it to actually show up. Oh wow, it is really not happy. Maybe I use the Apple TV instead. And we're going to do that. And we're going to put the Apple TV in preview. Where's the Apple TV? ADV. Oh, that was fast. Okay, cool. So Apple TV is over here. So, okay. This is electrolysis, right? So you see I've got 32 needles stuck into my face. So now I want you to consider on my bottom bits, I have to do this exact same process. And the process is identical. They're the exact same needles that are going into my bottom bits, 32 of them at a time. So you're talking about a vasectomy where you're black and blue and bruised. So am I, quite literally currently right now, because I have to have all of it cleared. Every hair has to be gone using this process right here. And during the last session, I think they inadvertently swept our hidden nerve with one of the this is the best. This is the best right here. Nope, 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 nope. Yeah, I know, right? So I think they accidentally hit it because they do lidocaine injections lidocaine injections to be fair, right? So they go in with a needle and they numb the whole area. But, they numb the whole area with a needle. And you can imagine all of it getting hit with a needle. And, I'm basically on the bed, legs spread, grabbing onto the side of the bed, trying not to yell out in pain as they're numbing me. Now, this is very good. Like, I adore the doctors for doing this, because if he didn't, I would have to endure that 32 times as I'm getting electrocuted down there. That would be so horrifically bad. But I think they nicked a nerve. And so that is still sore to this day on that one side. It's okay, but yeah. 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 This is hilarious. My parts are hurting just thinking about it. Yeah. Yeah, it really hurts. It really hurts. And they get really bruised. And the worst part for being transgender is then a side effect. They swell. Which, they stay swollen for a couple days. That's great for me. Because I'm like, we're talking about the restroom thing again. And if you got a bulge, don't like that. Yeah. It doesn't. But, all of those problems go away September 7th. It's a short-term problem. I'm doing the steps necessary to make this surgery as clean and as easy as possible with the fastest possible healing time I can. Then September 7th, we go in, we do what we need to do. I've got a month worth of healing time, 3 months worth of real healing time. And then I can go back to being human for the most part. And I can do it you'll see it. You look at those pictures of me and the happiness in my eyes and the being comfortable with myself. And it's just going to be that much better when the time comes. And so I'm super excited for this. This is the surgery I've wanted from the beginning. It's the one I'm most excited about. Yeah. Apparently they make flavored Novocaine. They had mango flavor? I mean, I guess. I don't think flavored Novocaine down there would do much. Also, it's lidocaine that they use, I believe. And then they use another. So it's lidocaine they use two. There's one as kind of a fast acting, but it doesn't last as long. It only lasts 30 minutes to an hour. And I think that's the lidocaine. Then they use the second one in the vial that is much, much longer lasting. But they have to sweep. Sorry, you're going to get to hear this. They have to sweep the needle with the second one. So it doesn't just go in and hit certain nerves. They kind of go in and then they kind of, move it. So imagine if this is the bottom bit, they go in here and then they kind of move it around to hit that whole area. There's 0% chance that I would not punch the doctor in the face if they all hadn't already numbed up before they start doing that, right? That So fortunately, by the time they go to that part, it's already numb enough where, yeah. Yeah. That sounds about right. Matt, buttons. Xylocaine, because I think it ended in cane as well. And it was a weird, I was like, I'm not going to remember that. And interestingly, I didn't. Johnny Spacer says, so spring 2022, Back to Tomorrow gang gets back together? Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe. So, I mean, the Tomorrow shows are going to change a little bit between here and there. Like, I think we're going to kind of go back to the old school format of just like a simple casual conversation. I think we try to make them too complicated. Make the show simple. Make them this, right? But like with more conversation, less awkward silence. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see what else we got. I feel like we're starting to wind down here. I do have to go to work tomorrow. I'm not sure how I'm going to drive my car, but I gotta. Which is the other thing. I got to go out. You know, maybe what I should do is I should go out there, start pumping up the tire now. Right? Because all I have to do is I got to get like, if I do like 45 to 50, I got to do like 40 psi, get that going, and then like pull it off and just get the car home. And then at least it's home. Have I settled on a final operation code name? Great question. Yes, I have. Now, here's my question to the group. I can give you all of the different code names right now if you want, as a benefit, as like a little thank you for watching my Jamie's Bits, either live or on demand. Or I can leave them a secret for you to explore and get excited about every Tuesday, because the surgery is on Tuesday. So it's going to be one operation name per week up until the final week, and then it's one per day up until the operation day. So do you want me to give you the operation names now, or do you want to wait and be surprised on Twitter? So Matt says, I like surprises. Let's go to this camera. I like surprise. Teslas do not have run flats. At least mine doesn't. So I like surprises. Other comments? Surprise? No surprise. What do we think, people? Surprise? Okay, that's 2 surprises. Here's what I'm going to... No matter what, I'll give you next week's. I'll give you next Tuesdays right now. No, so the question is, do you get just next Tuesdays, or do you get them all? Huh. All right, so everyone's basically saying surprise. Okay, so I'm going to give you just the next operation name. And no, I'll just kind of show it to camera. Let's see if I can... Hang on, let me do this. I believe in me. This is what, camera 1? I'm just going to show you really quick. I'm just going to flash it like, I've got all of them, right? So they're all prepared. I'm ready to go. So week 5, which is already come and gone, week 5 was Operation Penis Flytrap. I thought that one was pretty good. Week 4, which is coming up this Tuesday, and it's the only one I'm going to tell you. Week 4, Operation Bajingo. Yep. 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 I think it's pretty funny. Yeah, right? Yeah. That's pretty great. Okay, on that note, I do have a car with a flat tire. That's going to take me a while because it's a little lithium-ion powered air compressor I have. It's about this big. It's teeny tiny, which means that it doesn't have a lot. Do I have a different nickname planned for Jamie's future bits? I mean, this is it, right? Like, this surgery is the last surgery. So we had the operation names for Delta and V, right? We didn't really have an operation name for the face, but then I didn't really do one for hair either because, like, hair's boring. But, like, yeah, this is the last surgery. This is it. No more after this. Yep. J. Michael, you're a little behind real time here. You catch up. Hit the live button. That was like 2 minutes ago, dude. Get a pump with more oomph. That's the technical term. Yep. Okay. So on that note, thank you everyone. This was a lot of fun. I hope you guys had fun. Until next time, like, I'll do another one of these, hopefully not in the too distant future, but like, I think I've gotten better at switching. I think I've gotten better at audio. Like, I do have to work this out a little bit. This wasn't terrible. You know, you're saying it was distracting, but I feel like, you know, it's part of the audio format. And, yeah. Thank you, everyone. And until next time.